Day, Slavery Day. For those of you who know that date, April 15th, 2025, for those who are subjected to the number of the beast system. I know I'm insulting everybody right now, Super Don. This is a great way to start the show. My first broadcast in studio this week since coming back from the, where was I?
Hey, slaves, how are you?
Hi, slaves. How's it going? That sounds like, yeah, it's a very, I guess, a direct way of saying, hey, uncouple yourself from the beastly system. We'll get into that. Corey Endrelot's going to show up in the first hour. We got Dr. Henry Ely. We got Dr. Ed Group. We're heading toward Easter weekend. Then after that, we're heading toward the Beljanski Integrative Cancer Conference. We'll share some pictures and fun stuff from the last weekend in San Diego at the Autism Health Summit, which was just, if you missed it, guys, it's amazing. And they've got it all videotaped. I don't know how to access it, but we'll let you know. We got the homeopathic hit, help you in case you're nauseous because it's April 15th. And then we got questions of the day as well. All right, Super Don, rather than me belaboring the start of the show verbally, how about let's do it in music? Musical introduction of Robert Scott Bell Show, robertscottbell.com/live. Say hello, share the show. See you in just a moment.
Step right up, yeah, here we go. Here's what's happening on today's show. RFK came swinging hard at the game, called the FDA a sock puppet name. Talking toxins, talking kids getting sick. Deep state moves got folks jumping quick. Corey Endrelot bringing nature flow. Permaculture roots, watch it grow. Freedom food, local vibe on blast. He's proof that change starts right where you're at. Homeo hit called up a morphinum. For nausea spins when your head feels like a drum. Dizzy feeling messing with your way. This remedy clears that fog all day. New study shows what they won't say. Shots can change your health in a crazy way. Mess with your system, twist your vibe. Long-term hits they try to hide. Dr. Group, Dr. Ely on the scene. Talking detox, living clean. Healing for the ages, breaking it down. Natural health, taking back the crown. Real ID coming right around the bend. May 7th, gotta show it, my friend. But if you got a passport or card, you can skip that federal guard. News ain't fake, this groove don't lie. Truth on deck, let the beat fly. Health and freedom, that's the sound. Robert Scott Bell, keep laying it down. Stand up, take control. Health and freedom make us whole. News and views you need to know. It's the Robert Scott Bell Show.
I bet you didn't know this is one of the best supplements you can take.
I began my health and wellness journey a few years ago, and I realized I wasn't focused on one of the most important aspects of it all, antioxidants.
Antioxidants play a huge role in your natural immune health. Pine needle extract is such a unique source because it contains shikimic acid, a potent free radical scavenger, essential oils, and vitamin C, which all support natural immunity. It is so much better than just supplementing vitamin C alone.
Ascent Nutrition made this product because they studied these powerful properties and how they've helped humans from now all the way back to the indigenous tribes.
I take mine every morning, either straight up or mix it with my morning tea. It's so delicious, I don't go a day without it.
No one ever regrets improving their health. They only wish they started sooner. Start today and get your pine needle extract from Ascent Nutrition now.
The Robert Scott Bell Show.
All right, we're back. We're live. It's happening. It's in studio back from San Diego. And it was an amazing weekend. I'll get more into it later. We'll share some pictures from the weekend, and hopefully you guys enjoyed it from afar, or if you were with me, you know how much we had a great time. The opportunity to get together, we don't know how many opportunities we have moving through life. We know what happened during COVID, the shutdowns, the lockdowns, trying to distance us from one another so that we could easily be taken over, controlled, enslaved, etc. Being April 15th in the United States, corporate United States, means the day you just sign over your whole life and they get to tell you what you get to keep. And you're like, well, I get something back. They've been stealing from you for a long time. The day in infamy from the 20th century wasn't Pearl Harbor Day, December 7th, 1941. It was the calendar year 2013. What a disastrous year for freedom in America. The dawning of the Federal Reserve Act, the key plank to the Communist Manifesto known as the income tax, 16th Amendment. Whether it was properly ratified or not is arguable, but it doesn't change, and it didn't change actually anything. That's another aspect of this that most people don't realize. And we subject ourselves to enslavement. It's voluntary slavery. That's what the difference is here on this day. We volunteer into slavery. Now, many of us had our parents volunteer us into it, or our grandparents did at the beginning. So that social security number, which is antisocial and it's insecure, it's part of a slave system. I think it's tantamount to a beastly number. And that's my belief. I'm not telling you believe that or not. That's up to you. But that's my investigation of it. That's why I think it's abhorrent. And I would not allow them to give my children those numbers. So they don't have them. They've never had them. And I told them when they were of age, of consenting age of adulthood, the age of majority, that they can decide to enter in of their own accord in full consciousness. And I'm grateful to God that they have elected thus far to go, no, I don't want any part of that beastly system. It doesn't make life easier because so many have become basically, I will just say it like I feel it is, less than who they are meant to be, operating in a shadow of their former selves in fear. Now tell me I'm telling a lie here. You tell me, what is it about April 15th? What is the emotion that triggers? For many, it has been fear. And fear is not from God. That's something man has created. The spirit of fear. To control man. To limit man. To enslave man. Fear. April 15th. How many of you look forward to April 15th as a day of great joy and freedom? And that's not the way it's been programmed into the American populace. And so I ask you, is that system of God or of man? And what is your obligation to pay your captors to enslave you? I'm just asking the question. You guys, each of you have to decide for yourselves how you feel about that. And many more of you have acknowledged what I'm saying here. It's not, what would we say? Something that I'm just making up. I mean, we talk about the history of the Federal Reserve System, the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund and their convergence through the Federal Reserve System to enslave the people the moment they're born through social security numbers, also birth certificates. A certificate of birth is what happens when a ship is birthed into the water under admiralty law. There is no constitution operating in admiralty. And I know that's not the context of the show in total, but for many years, I've kind of peppered my discussion to plant those seeds for you guys to discover at your own pace. But I think the pace is getting rapid, more people than ever. And I think that may be part of the Trump discussion of actually saying, you know what, we might be able to do away with that income tax with this external revenue service. We'll externalize it. We'll get enough from tariffs to cover what we were getting from income tax. Never mind, the income tax wasn't actually paying for anything but servicing the debt, the artificial creation of the Federal Reserve, moving from a de jure United States to a de facto corporate United States. And that could be argued, if we go from Declaration of Independence to Articles of Confederation to Constitution, then we move into the civil, quote unquote, Civil War, and what happened afterwards with bankruptcy and incorporation and the Progressive Era. All of that's related. The things I was never taught growing up in government indoctrination centers, aka government or public schools. Now, that's not really what I wanted to open up with, but I have to say the date is indicative of what needs to be said here. And if you guys have questions or comments moving forward, please drop them in at robertscottbell.com/live or the various chat rooms that you might be watching the show on, or later in the podcast. Now, another thing here that is significant in the shift and the change that has occurred with this new administration. It's not nothing has happened, right? There are people that are black-pilled. Nothing's changing. It's all the same. Everybody is what do you call an operative of the deep state? There's no freedom whatsoever. Nobody escapes the matrix ever. Well, that's in itself a self-fulfilling prophecy, and I don't buy into that either. I recognize there are a lot of tricks and deceptions and ways to trap us. The moment we think we're free, we're sucked back into it, etc. Try not to be cocky about this. But the first article, goes into the heart of the good things that Bobby Kennedy is doing. You know him, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Secretary, Department of Health and Human Services. He was quoted at an FDA staff meeting recently. It's things that he's been saying to us for years. He said it to them. The health secretary came right out and said it. Yeah, what did he say? I know you're asking. What did he say? Well, you want to know what he said? You can show a picture of what he said. He said that the agency, FDA, is a sock puppet for the industries it's supposed to regulate. A sock. There's that beautiful picture. Shout out to Mark D and helping create that. Big Pharma sticking its hand up the rear end of every FDA official that plays along the game, the game from Merck, right? Whatever it is, you do what we say and all will be right. And when you quit or when you retire from the Fear and Death Administration, we got you covered. You're going to work really well with us and we're going to give you lots of money and lots of power, etc. So he's encouraging whistleblowers to speak out. Now, I met the whistleblower. His name is Steve. On, the Merck MMR shot over the weekend, he spoke at the Autism Health Summit. Sensational what he's presenting. And I hope and pray we'll get him on the show. Really great guy, man of integrity. He's not in this for himself. In fact, he's telling me he's turning down interview after interview because, look, I just don't want to do interviews for the sake of interviews. I really want to move the needle, so to speak, to be able to get deep into the heart of what's ailing us, what's gone wrong. And it does align with what we've been talking about, what I've been saying for years, Bobby Kennedy, Jonathan E. Mort, and others, the Alliance for Natural Health. Now, there's other aspects of the GRAS pathway that generally recognized as safe issue, and we had a great discussion about that with Dr. Robert Verkerk and Jonathan E. Mort last week on the Sacred Fire of Liberty edition. We don't want to go all European on it. We can do better than what we're doing right now, but an independent, objective analysis of these ingredients, we'll find that there's a lot of ingredients that were self-GRAS statused into being that are not dangerous. So to ban all of them, because some of them, a lot of them are bad, is also not an adult, mature way to go about it. So we talked about the precautionary principle versus the Paracelsian kind of concept or context. And the deep state, he talked about the deep state. It does exist. It's right there before our eyes now. And you probably had a mix. Some of the FDA going, finally, someone's saying that I can remove that thing out my butt. I didn't know what that was. It turned out it was Big Pharma up your butt, right? I don't know if they're all going to adopt organic coffee enemas yet, but hey, it's a start. And of course, the layoffs at FDA. I would terminate the vast majority of FDA or eliminate it altogether, put it back to the states. But, I'm hardcore on freedom and I believe in federalism. But we've long since lost federalism as a way of life in America, where the states basically do anything along with the people at the state and local level that the federal government has not been authorized or enumerated into being by the powers granted to it in the compact known as the Constitution. That, maybe if you believe in reincarnation, you were one of the founding fathers that signed it. So, you could say, hey, I didn't sign that thing. Well, that's true when I talk about the relationship to the IMF, World Bank, and the Social Security Administration, this collection agency for, I think, a corporation in Puerto Rico. I've heard rumor, right? And the Federal Reserve System, private banking consortium that's neither federal nor has any reserves. Read G. Edward Griffin, The Creature from Jekyll Island. There are loads more on the subject. So how do you declare your freedom from them? You stop participating. You stop feeding the beast that enslaves you, that has captured you. And you weren't even around consciously when it got you, most of you, right? If you were like me, your parents said, here it is. Here's the number. They told us you had to get one and you're assigned it. And then you automatically start operating as a slave to a system in a graduated income tax that owns 100% of your efforts and gets to tell you each year at the end of the year how much you get to keep. Get back, well, how much you get to keep ultimately. And you're being paid in fiat funny money, not connected to anything of substance. So if we talk gold and silver, but I don't need or want a system of a dollar linked to or backed by. I want it to be that, which it is. Go back to the Coinage Act of 1792 or read the Constitution. No thing but gold and silver shall be made for payments of debt. All of that. It's all there. Did they repeal it? I don't know. I don't recall. Maybe somebody knows. So this is why I encourage you to set up a United Precious Metals Association account. It's in the Products We Love section at robertscottbell.com, UPMA, and you go down there, click on that, open it up, sign up. It's free. It's like setting up an instant trust for yourself, and you could set up your kids and your grandkids and have them start saving right now in gold or silver or both or gold backs and start using those gold backs in commerce. Stop waiting for permission. A number of states have already made, once again, reinitialized gold and silver as legal tender for payment of debts. Like we needed to do that, but apparently we did. Bring it back. Start utilizing it. The ultimate act of defiance is living according to the principles of God and creation. And our founders recognized that they said, your rights come from God, from a creator, not government. Government didn't grant you a right or rights. The Bill of Rights didn't grant you any rights. But it restricted government from abrogating those rights, violating those rights. And yet we volunteer all the time into converting our own rights into privileges that are doled out and taken away based on our behavior. Oh, behave. How? In a way that aggrandizes all that are in government, exalts all that is government. Kings, queens, emperors of old, it's the oligarchy. You know, and we hear Bernie Sanders and AOC, it's the oligarchy. It's like, where have you guys been? You know what it is. Oh, it's a corporate oligarchy. It's a bureaucratic oligarchy, and the left and the right has benefited from it. Republicans, Democrats alike. Maybe Trump's here to break that system down a little bit. Will it be total freedom? I'm not counting on it. That comes from my relationship with the Most Holy. And here we are entering a holy week for many people. And the question is, what is your relationship to the divine? And how do you subjugate that divine relationship to a secular relationship, to a government that pretends it is God and that only has the power to pretend to be so as long as you feed it that power by giving away your divine connection and displacing it, misplacing it, giving it to the other G word government. Telling you, we can blame them all we want. We can blame it's the threat, it's Obama, it's Biden, it's this, it's that, or Trump. It's not. It's me. It's you. It's all of us. How do we live differently? We make the choice. We take a step in a different direction. Now, if you believe in genetic and other kinds of determinism, then you're just a puppet, like a sock puppet for whatever. Who's pulling your strings? What's up your butt? I hope it's not the government, but if you're filing today or getting ready to submit it, it's up somebody's. Now, I get it. You can create artificial creations of the state. These are corporations and things that can operate in that realm. But you, as a divine being of light, of the spark of God that you are not required or obligated to subject yourself to such diminishment of your exalted godly status. And I'm not saying you're God, I'm God. We're a part of that creation. But we've been convinced that we're not. The evidence is clear with the fear of things like IRS, etc. So it's a big message today in conjunction with Kennedy doing his thing and no longer, hopefully, allowing the FDA to become or be that sock puppet for industry, to limit our freedom to choose the healing path that we want, that I want, including the restriction of access to things like homeopathic medicine and more. So with that, what did I say? 1913, not 2013. Oh, well, this is what happens. When I get into the stream of consciousness realms in the opening monologue, I'll often miss something. And my wife, God bless her, she's so good. Super Don, he's good too, don't get me wrong. And so is Mark D. It's kind of like when I was going on the body parts are us, uterus are us removal, body part service. They go in, they take your ovaries and such. And I think I meant, the other day, and it's a I don't know what they call it, but it's a social media post going around in video. And in it, I say eustachian instead of fallopian. Eustachian tube, fallopian tube, a little bit different, maybe shaped similarly. But again, at the next hour, I got the word and I corrected myself. So it's okay. Thank you, honey. And with that, I'm going to go sit down. I think I'm fired up, Super Don. This is quite a day, April 15th, 2025. Are you ready for me to walk over to the podcast studio? And I hope
yeah, I got the easy part here. Are you ready?
I'm out of practice. I hope I can find it.
You got your lunch with you? You packed a lunch?
I'm going to grab my yerba mate and dandelion tea. So I'm going to bring that over with me. Got to grab this. Got to grab the mouse. I got a pencil. I got my notes. All right. Wish me luck, y'all. We're going in, and then this guy, Corey Enderlot's back on the Robert Scott Bell Show. We're going to have fun talking about even more. Stick around for that. I'll be back in a moment.
All right. We'll see you on the other side there.
Robert Scott Bell is walking to the podcast set. It takes just a minute, but he's not there yet. Corey Andrew Ladd is waiting in the wings. We can't wait to hear the truth bombs that he brings. Get a move on, Robert. It's time to start the show.
All right. Am I here? Did this thing work? Am I here? Hello? Hey, I'm here. It made it. All right, y'all. Let's get this party started because we've got Corey Enderlot on. I don't know what that was, but here I am. There I am.
Not sure why that did that. I don't know
what happened there. You were doing so well. And I think that the April 15th date got you.
Yeah. I just ignore this day.
Nothing's happened.
Don't tell anybody.
I walked over. I turned on my microphone. I got my mouse. No, I forgot. No, I have my mouse. It's in my pocket. There we go. And I can control everything from afar.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Where's Corey? There he is from Health Revealed. Is that it? Yeah, Health Revealed. There's a big thing he's revealing today on the Robert Scott Bell Show. Corey Enderlot, welcome back to the Robert Scott Bell Show.
Thank you, Robert. I greatly appreciate it. You know, I've been following your work. For some of my followers who don't know, and your followers, I've been following your work since well, I was quite a young age, doing research on my own on a small iPod Touch and finding your work and Mike Adams and Vani Hari from foodbabe.com. You guys were some of the first people. And then that delved me into a whole new world of looking at health totally differently and not really even, I never previously considered the food and the ingredients in our grocery store and the medications and the supplements. I didn't see it was all around us in this, complex medical system we have here in America. As a kid, we're not taught anything in school about this and what is in our food supply. So it fascinated me when I came across your work. So I want to say thank you, first of all, for the opportunity and for all the work you've done over all the years, all the summits that you've done, all the people you've talked to. Amazing stuff.
Corey, thank you. It's very kind of you. And I'm really equally thrilled that you're here because I can't do it alone. Mike Adams can't do it alone. All these folks that we've been at this for decades. I was never under the delusion, oh yeah, it's all about me. It's no, dude, if I can wake anybody up one person at a time, good Lord, we could create a mountain of people, 1 million. I mean, whatever it is. Some people use the army terminology. I get it. I'm not into warfare. I'm a peaceful guy, but I also recognize we have to be willing to stand our ground and let the others know that would enslave us, that we're not messing around. You come near me with that syringe, I've got something that'll make a bigger hole. And that's not a threat to violence. It's just an acknowledgement that you are not allowed to violently attack me or my family, my loved ones. And I think that's a mature way of looking at it, but we have been disarmed by those that are, I would say, irrationally peacenik, that are the ones that will not stand up and defend the innocent, whether it be a child or something like that, or themselves. So it's part of a maturation process we're all going through.
Yes, and it has been quite a journey. And as with recent years, all the different things that have happened, I think a lot of people have started to see some of what you've been saying for the past, 10, 20 years and more, I'm sure. Incredible. Just recently in the chat, somebody just linked Gary Knoll, right? And I found out my grandfather was listening to Gary Knoll, I think, in Brooklyn, which is pretty crazy because, I didn't think, my grandfather was studying this stuff too. And I'm a lot like my grandfather. So it is quite fascinating to see how much work is out there that people are unfamiliar with, or how much medicine exists out there all around us, all throughout nature, that we are completely ignorant of because, again, we aren't taught it. And although the information is right in front of us, right in our fingertips, and now Mike Adams is developing a new AI, Enoch, to try to make it easier for people to access, people still believe, I got to take my medication and I got to follow the doctor's orders. And what you are doing, what what the freedom movement is doing, what the medical movement is doing, and they're coming together, is they're recognizing we need to challenge the authorities, people who are in power, who are telling us how to live our own lives and what to do with our own body, and that we need to take control of our own health. So it's funny you mentioned slavery, because it is one of my actual focal topics that a lot of people interview me on, because I wrote a book on slavery. So it just so happens, I didn't mention this to you before the show.
No.
I know we're talking about something totally different, but I wrote a book on slavery, and it is quite comprehensive. So I figured to just throw that out there. I actually call myself an abolitionist, and here's a quote from Aldous Huxley, right? Who's somebody who kind of predicted a lot of things that could happen in the future, much like George Orwell. Many people may be familiar with 1984, right? He says, a really efficient totalitarian state would be one in which the all-powerful executive of political bosses and their army of managers control a population of slaves who do not have to be coerced because they love their servitude.
Yes. I took those books seriously when I read them in high school, Corey, maybe a bit too much, and it planted the seed for my deep dive into not only the history of medicine, because that was my urgent need to overcome the health challenges I was born into in the 1960s and then forward. Chronically ill, like so many children today. I was the canary in the coal mine of Gen X. But I just couldn't, as I pulled the thread on health, I saw it move into the body politic, the body economic, you name it. And so when you write about slavery, I'm so deeply appreciative of that, because many are under the false impression that after the so-called Civil War, Lincoln freed the slaves, we had an amendment, etc. But what it did was enslaved everybody economically to a system that would evolve in the 20th century, an international consortium of bankers, the money changers, as Jesus was quoted as saying. And so we have a subtle slavery that is not the same as Black folks picking cotton in the fields, but everybody basically being owned and controlled and then told what they can keep at the end of the year through this vile tax system that is a key plank to the Communist Manifesto.
Mm-hmm. Well, Scott, a lot of people are going to come on the show, or they're going to listen in and say, oh, well, I'm okay with the way things are. I don't feel like a slave. And when you start looking at what the slaves said themselves back in the day and what the abolitionists were saying, you start to see some really strange peculiarities that I tend to go deep into with not just the medical project, but with my study on history. So these two actually relate. So I know we're going to talk about health freedom a lot. There is a link between the two, slavery and medical freedom. In fact, you can even say it's medical slavery, or, many parts of the world you're required to go to the draft. You can call that military slavery. I deduce all the forms of slavery. You mentioned economic slavery. There's also political slavery. There's different things, technological slavery. I deduce it all down to two forms within my work, which is mental slavery and physical slavery, or internal and external, right? So mental slavery is particularly the focus here in regards to the medical work called Health Revealed, because there is a term that we use to kind of denote what that mental slavery is taking the form of. But I just want to read another quote, and this is from Frederick Douglass. He says, when a slave becomes a happy slave, he has effectively relinquished all that makes him human. And as we move into a world that's increasingly artificial, and we don't know who we are, we can say that's a psychosis. We don't know what is real anymore. We don't know thyself, a greatest philosophical teaching. We have to be concerned about if we are perhaps content or trained into our obedience and do not see where we may be enslaving ourselves. So not that even somebody's indoctrinating us, but that we are indoctrinating ourselves. And this is where it gets really tricky, and this is why it shifts to psychology and not just a study of history.
Yeah, well said. Mental slavery, the engrams, the thought forms. The question is, were they our own, or were they planted there by someone else for nefarious purposes or reasons? Now, we can talk about the benign nature of advertising, right? I say that with tongue in cheek a little bit, but it really is a form of black magic with higher technology and a higher or deeper understanding of modern psychological principles. How do we get people to do what we want them to do? How do we manipulate them? And there have been experiments in the 20th century that were horrific and brutal that showed that otherwise nice people would be willing to inflict serious harm on others. For instance, if they are convinced that there is no there's no accountability. You're not liable for those events. And that's where we see, I believe, a lot of the vaccine industrial complex operating. No liability. Doesn't matter what we do. It's not our fault. We've been told we're absolved by the king, queen, emperor, or in this case, the National Injury Vaccine Compensation Program that was set up in 86 or started then. So yeah, the psychology of this is fascinating and horrifying to discuss, because
Absolutely.
we have to look at ourselves beyond ego and recognize, man, none of us are beyond, let's say, the capacity to be manipulated. Now, I often say this about the smartest people in the country or the world that have the highest level degrees, medical or otherwise. They may be smart in some sense, but they're also the most vulnerable to programming, which is not very impressive. And I call it a medical handicap that they're walking around with, because they've been abused mentally to believe a thing like vaccines are safe and effective. This is like, you're a drone if you believe that. And yet people have a doctorate level education and not only believe it, but worked hard to enforce it for others that didn't believe it.
Man, you hit it on the nail right there. You mentioned a study that took place within the 80s, 70s, and it still continues to this day, although it's banned in many parts of the world, no surprise, called this Dr. Stanley Milgram experiment, where they studied obedience to authority figures. Yes. And this is actually one of the core themes that inspired Health Revealed, this project that we have, and you can pull up the website. There's an idea called statism, which is what he was studying, but he did not know that term at the time. That term basically came out of those findings. And what I have to share with you, Robert, and the medical community today is, and unfortunately I have to share this, but also fortunate that I have the ability to share it, and now we've gathered the information, is, I believe the root cause to the illness that we say is our modern day slavery and the aggregate disease or evil on this earth. Statism, I believe, is that root cause. So, we're trying to find the root cause in medicine when it comes to the body. I'm trying to find what's the root cause to what's going on in the world. I believe it is this. Right now, you can think for yourself as the audience on this. But statism is precisely the belief in authority, but more specifically, the belief in the right to rule. And you have to ask yourself, where does someone get this right to rule? And what happens to the psychology of the victims or the people that believe in that right? And the further you go into this, you're going to come across the works of someone like Larkin Rose, who wrote a book called The Most Dangerous Superstition, and also recently made a movie called The Jones Plantation, which, funny enough, is a historical kind of representation. Although it's more of an entertainment film, it gets people to think a lot about slavery and how it relates to the modern day. They actually go from back then to, oh my gosh, there's this slave owner who is struggling and he needs to find a way. How can he keep his slaves more content? How can he make his slaves more willing to do more work for him and believe that they need to work harder? So they introduce this other slave master who speaks really kind to them, who sounds really appealing, and he introduces like these notes and he introduces these systems to keep themselves in check, and it starts to look a lot like the world we live in now. So, this comparison between slavery now may trigger a lot of people, I know I'm aware of. And I want everybody to have an open mind. I think most people who are watching your show generally have an open mind to these ideas. The point is that this mindset will challenge many people in the so-called freedom community, because even they are prone to this belief system. They say we need to change the laws, we need to vote people in office, and I'm saying that is still a degree of statism that they do not recognize. They have this mindset instilled in them at a very young age in the schooling system, which is based on the Prussian model of schooling, and they do not see that mindset because it was so programmed within us. So I actually have questions that I ask people that can really nail down, if you have this mindset still within you, and I have developed different quizzes and so forth. But this medical project, Health Revealed, is dedicated to this, and we have over 400 slides and over a 24-hour seminar talking about all the systems and how it relates to the state. And as you can probably assume, the state gets its fingers in everything, getting involved with every aspect of society, whether it's the economy or medicine. But if you start to understand this power of authority, whether it's the authority of doctors or experts or scientists, you should still be your health authority. When we're talking about the authority of governments, we're talking about something even far worse, which is having the ability to do violence when other people don't have that ability through the use of law. So it's very specific type of authority. It's not just like, oh, there's this person that I look up to who has some really cool insights. I would call that leadership, somebody who voluntarily shares their services, who I want to emulate their actions. But authority is very specific, especially in the way Larkin Rose uses it, to say it is coercive by its nature. And it takes the place of a mafia or a gang, but people perceive it as moral, because they say, I have this right. It says so on a piece of paper. It says so because I have this outfit on, And people still believe this after thousands of years, that if you wear a certain type of fabric and you write something down on a piece of paper, it somehow can alter morality or make something that's not true, true. And this precisely is the deception, which I believe gets to the root cause of a lot of our mass psychosis that's going on right now.
So what can we say the root of the rise of authoritarianism? It didn't just start with Republicans and Democrats or any particular president. We're talking about thousands of years of recorded history, or maybe longer, that we don't know, where we've been programmed lifetime after lifetime to believe in some external authority figure or figures and obey them. And I get it if it's a spiritual perspective and you declare yourself an obedient servant of God, which I'd like to say is different, although we know that human beings have used that vulnerability through organized religion to have people fall prey to that form of authoritarianism as well. Although there is lip service paid to the idea of agency and direct or divine prophecy from, the creator to us individually. So we are in massive learning curve right now. I think a consciousness shift because of the difficulty and discomfort, let's just put it mildly, that many of us went through during COVID. And it woke many people up, not in a woke sense, but in an awakened sense. The question is, what do we do with it? Do we go part way there and then fall back into a softer authoritarianism? Or do we throw off the shackles and say, I'm ready to be free and this is how I'm going to live, and I don't care what y'all do. I'm not playing your game.
Right. So, the way I look at the work that I do in regards to, why would I write a book on slavery? Why would I do this work with medicine? And I didn't go in with a bias, necessarily when it comes to this medical project, of studying authoritarianism. I looked at every single resource there was out there for authoritarianism, the mindset and all the little intricacies, every single writer you can find, some from Nazi Germany, some from, the communists. Like, I looked at every side, every angle, so nobody could say, oh, I'm skewed or I'm pushing a certain agenda. I looked at the psychology, right, which anybody can study anywhere in the world at different points of time. And you'll see there's certain themes, there's certain patterns that you can find among authoritarian leaders. Some were even saying there needs to be an authoritarian classification system, although we're kind of on the fence about classification systems with psychiatry. That being said, it is important to look at tendencies and what happens in someone's youth, their childhood and their trauma and their insecurities, their fears, because this all plays into this. And you mentioned something kind of important here, which is that good people, some of the nicest people, most trusting people on earth, are the ones who are exploited the most. And it's because of how trusting they are. It's because they see in someone like, oh, he sounds like me. He sounds like he cares about me. For thousands of years, politics has been this art of deceiving people and making it sound as though tyranny is freedom or that chaos is order. And we've been convinced that freedom is chaos and that therefore we should fear freedom. We have been basically kind of looking at things totally in the opposite, and people are seeing this, and they saw it as soon as the abolitionists. So the abolitionists were some of the first voluntarists in history. Now, voluntarism is an idea counter to statism. This is the idea that we can live in a voluntary free world, or that every action should be based on consent. If you go back to the origins of this root, you're going to find 1840s or so. This is the abolitionists, right? And also some people in Russia and other parts of the world who are starting to look at this idea. And what I find fascinating is these abolitionists were building towns for the Underground Railroad. kind of like what people are doing now, right? Got to go off grid, got to go escape the system. I got to go grow food. And, it's interesting that you see this parallel happening now, because people say, man, we got to create a whole parallel system. We need to get out of this if we're going to be truly free. So the abolitionists willingly broke the law. They willingly went to jail. They willingly took slaves off the plantation, taught them how to read and write, because that education was kept away from them so they can be further enslaved. And then they empowered them to say, okay, wait, you could be speakers, you could be teachers, and you can help free your fellow man as well. So Frederick Douglass was traveling the States, he's like making all these different speeches and appearances with William Lloyd Garrison. But if you look up William Lloyd Garrison, it's going to say on the Wikipedia, he called himself a no-governmentist. This is just a word back then before they had the word anarchist or voluntarist. And these terms, have gotten quite a reputation over the years, shifting quite a lot. Anarchist, oh, these people with masks on causing chaos. But no, back in those days, anarchist actually meant something that might have been a little bit different. There were some people like Josiah Warren, orchestra leader, inventor, doesn't look like an anarchist at all, but yet is known as the peaceful revolutionist, the practical anarchist, set up like so many different towns and communities, one that went on for like 15 years with like virtually a no crime rate, called Modern Times. And it's an incredible thing, right? Modern Times, right? It's like they're predicting the future. They knew that what they were doing was destined for the future. They had the courage and the guts to stand up against chattel slavery, which existed for thousands of years. Now, some of them were religious, some of them were not. You touched on that point. Carl Jung said one of the strongest bulwarks against the state is our relationship with God. So if somebody has that relationship, that can actually potentially make them more powerful. And the abolitionists, used their church networks and their religion to kind of help them in their efforts. Although some were like, well, the churches are supporting slavery, so we kind of got to make our own churches too, right? It's kind of like now, all these systems are kind of in bed with each other. They're all working together. And how are we going to get out of that? So I look at the abolitionists for a lot of inspiration in what they did. And I just want to say that, that history is fascinating and it's not seen, but they were challenging the founding fathers, and they didn't live like more than 100 years after their time, right? So they were burning the Constitution in the streets. William Lloyd Garrison said it was a covenant of death, an agreement with hell, right? The abolitionists were very radical, but they were just wanting to end slavery. We wouldn't call them radical now, but the newspapers back then were like claiming, oh, they're burning buildings, they're doing all this stuff. They were actually pacifists, most of them, and didn't want to do any violence because they knew the media would brand them. So even then there was censorship. Even then there were attacks. History is just repeating, but we are making steps. The American revolutionists said, hey, the monarchy, there's no such thing as that authority. The abolitionists said, wait, there's no such thing as the authority of the slave master. And then they started to question the authority of the governments, which were protecting the slave master with the Fugitive Slave Act and other things, right? Or even like just look at the words of Lysander Spooner and others like Samuel May and a bunch of like policemen at the time. They would say that, wait, without the centralized government, without the police force, you can't have this privatized slavery. So that was a very interesting perspective. But either way, they were all moving toward more freedom. And I believe that continuation has not ended. But many people in the freedom community are still looking at the past. We got to return to 1776. We got to return to the Republic. I'm saying, well, what if there's more than that? Abraham Maslow, right? Famous psychologist, hierarchy of needs. You know what he said in his book? He specifically talked about this idea of anarchy, and he says many people don't study this. They don't know what this is. They make judgments about it. He says, if humanity wants to get to the level of transcendence, which is above self-actualization on his pyramid, they need to understand this concept. And when I read that, I was like, whoa, right? And that's just one psychologist. But the further you go, Carl Jung talking about how the state is treated like a god and how it's called political doctrine. That's just another word for statism. So when you start to see these parallels and you don't see anyone in the medical community talking about this mindset, and all the people in the freedom community are still cheering on their cheerleader or the person in power saying they need to give us health, I'm like, wait, what happened? I thought you said we had to vote with our dollars and choose what products we want to buy in the grocery store. Now we have to actually vote in politics? What's going on here, right? Because if we vote with our dollars, this is a voluntary act, this is supporting the market and supporting different things we want to support. And then like you said, it's saying no where you don't want certain products. Can we simply say no? Or do we have to find a workaround? Say, I got to sign my name a certain way on a piece of paper, the common law, the assemblies, the state nationals, right? That's their method. Or do we have to vote a new law in office, or a new person in office? That's the Republican, that's the Democrat, that's the Libertarian. They're falling for the same game that has been going on. And I'm telling people, if we want true freedom, true health, we need to take responsibility. We need to encourage self-ownership in everybody. And that requires teachers. That requires a shift in consciousness. And I believe medicine can assist that greatly, right? Even, I've interviewed people about entheogens and mushrooms, right? And getting people connected to nature, right? That ties in, right? Those hippies over there. I look like a hippie, right? Got the long hair.
I don't see the ponytail. Where's that ponytail?
There it is.
There, Super Don used to have one of those.
Yeah. But you go back to the 60s, right? You see Alan Watts. And so stuff is moving. You see the Mises Institute. It's moving along, but we also are seeing that there is a tyranny growing in this world. And we're reaching that climax where we have to choose, like you said, are we going to build a new system, or are we going to recognize what we've always been? Humanity at our fundamental level. Like the abolitionist said, our country is the world, and our countrymen are all mankind. Can we get to that point? That was the main motto on the main abolitionist newspaper in the 1850s.
Well, we're again most vulnerable to this concept of authoritarianism, masquerading as, do-gooder, moms and dads operating in various fields that just care for us and love us like our own parents. And that's, I don't know if you read The Authoritarians by Jonathan Emord, and that talks about post-Civil War to today, modern kind of political America evolution concept or de-evolution concept. But this, vulnerability moving forward is that so few percentage-wise in history have ever truly embraced freedom. And they've often been burned at the proverbial stake or crucified or whatever, made martyr to, maybe it gives rise to a movement, but it also enslaves the population in fear. If I do that, that's what's going to happen to me. And I think part of our vulnerability is to the heart of what you said, not knowing who we are, and I'll add why we're here, and our true relationship to life itself, much less that which created us, which is not government. Although many people, even though they'd say, oh, I don't believe government created me, they act certainly as if the government created them, that it is their mommy and daddy, and they always seek permission before they do anything. And most people don't realize that the act of voting is a step down in status from the sovereign, if you will, that has been altered in meaning, maybe even in a dictionary perspective, to be tantamount to being a terrorist. And sovereign, meant, being self-rule, right? And I think, and I haven't looked lately at the modern dictionary definition of the so-called chaos agents of, what is the word that you were using before, as it escapes me because I'm old?
Statism, voluntarism, anarchism, yes.
Anarchy, right? So we're taught that anarchy is chaos. And when I started studying this, Corey, a long time ago, I thought anarchy is nothing more than self-rule. But you had to give it a name and a tinge to it that means somebody you don't want to be around because they're dangerous, right? As you pointed out, the anarchists in the past were not the violent one. But where did that come from? I think artificially. They were peaceful and said, what, we don't want to be ruled by you or anyone. Oh, you think you're above it all. Well, that's not how I'm trying to project it from an ego perspective. But if you recognize your creator, being God, however that, and I know everybody's got a different perspective on it.
Sure.
And suddenly you look at these human systems of control a little bit differently. And as long as, our founders in many ways did get it right in certain aspects when we talk about the common law, don't violate the rights of others, and you can pretty much have unlimited freedom. But if they also violate my rights, we sought out perhaps a government to work as an intermediary. But there's evidence that the Old West wasn't as wild and out of hand as they say, because there was an element of self-rule, and also absolute responsibility was required. You didn't get welfare if things didn't go well. There could be charity, but it wasn't coming from a centralized authoritarian figure or government.
Yes, and so, it's that prime principle of, is the action voluntary or is it based on involuntary action? And I want to mention, anarchy goes back even further. So you're mentioning spirituality, you're mentioning God. Well, for the Christians out there, and for the people who are also of the Eastern philosophies and religions. I wrote a book on Taoism, right? So you might know the yin-yang symbol. These were known as some of the first historically known anarchists, right? And again, this is a term. This is an identity. Well, if you're going with these philosophies and spiritualities, they don't identify as it. They're just living their lives. But they recognize that the government equally is just another identity, another attachment, another thing that doesn't need to exist because it doesn't. Like, what is it? A bunch of buildings, a bunch of people, like it's a piece of paper. Like, what is it actually? And, there's a cool animation online, which is like an alien comes down to Earth and he's asking a bunch of questions like, could I meet your leaders? And it's like, wait, you have leaders? Like, what's going on? Like, what's the system you got? And like, he's super curious, like what the humans have built. It's done by a guy called Man Against the State, and he has a bunch of animations, and some of them went viral. But Taoism is a philosophy a lot of Christians, a lot of people can actually resonate with because it's very basic. It's on that yin-yang philosophy of like, here's the masculine, here's the feminine. How can we see a balance? You mentioned mom and dad government, right? Oh, I want the mom to provide for me. Oh, I want the dad to protect me, right? So some of this is projected into society. I want that in a leader. I want that person who can protect me or give me all these things for free, healthcare and schooling, etc. And there's a question as to, again, the personal responsibility and how they are getting such means, right? Is it voluntary? Is it involuntary? Are they using other people at the expense? And, what other solutions exist out there, right? Jim Gale, you interviewed him. He talks about permaculture. How come we aren't taught about how we can grow food and have it all around us and create abundance and trade with one another and decentralize everything?
Independence is not good for authoritarians.
Exactly. And I mentioned the slaves didn't learn how to read and write. They were kept away from the very knowledge that gave them freedom. So knowledge is the prerequisite for freedom, not voting or changing something system or externally. It's about your connection to God, your connection to truth, your connection to nature. And that's why natural medicine is important. That's why, self-sustainability is important. And that's why these ideas are growing. Although these other systems keep, playing on people's mindsets using all sorts of psychological. Yes,
they don't want to let go of that control. One of the memes you've seen, and I'll reference Jim Gale in this context too. What is the ultimate act of defiance? Growing your own food, for instance. It's like, wow, that's radical and violent, isn't it? We'll overthrow them because we'll grow our own food. But the reduction of dependence upon those authority figures who might even mean well, but are subject to being human, subject to power plays and, even threats to their own autonomy or freedom or economic status or threats to life of their family members even, or compromising situations. All of these things play out. And, we have, what is that narrow path? If you talk about yin and yang, how do you walk that narrow path so you're less vulnerable to it? Because we can all get cocky and then think we've achieved it. We've got freedom. And then suddenly, I always liken this to the last scene of The Devil's Advocate with Al Pacino and Keanu Reeves. He thought he won. He beat the devil at his game. And then at the end, the last line, he appeals to his vanity. He says, vanity always gets him in the end. So Corey, dude, I love talking to you, my friend. And you can come back on anytime. I don't even have to do anything. I just sit back and enjoy it. And I appreciate you so much. Tell everybody how to catch up with you, how to follow you. And of course, this Health Revealed thing that maybe we can do some more with.
Absolutely. And, you could bring on Scott, Stephanie, Leslie, who are part of this project and hear from their perspectives, learn from their, many, many years in the medical field and their troubles and what they see and how statism relates to that. I mean, their experiences are incredible and they have much more experience than me. I'm kind of like the main organizer of this project, trying to bring people together, and I do a lot of the tech side of things, but I would give a lot of credit to them for this project because of their experiences. It matters a lot. The people they talk to, the patients and clients they have, it's absolutely incredible. So, I thank you for having me on. And I want to say, as we move into AI, the AI that people fear, the robots, the technocracy, that which people fear is already present, and it's in the order follower. The person who just does what they're told, says, I'm just following orders, I'm just doing what the authority tells me. They are the very robot, the very AI that they fear in the future. It's been happening, it is happening, and that already can be addressed. But many people are worried about some future thing. This is just a man-made creation. So we're looking at it on an Eastern philosophy perspective. It's just another thing. We don't have to become attached to it. We can use it as a tool. It can help free us, in fact. Now, just like the abolitionists had the printing press, now we have AI. We can free all of humanity. We have the potential to do it. Like you said, our potential is being taken away from us, but we have it within us. So thank you, everybody, for watching and for listening to this whole perspective. It's a whole new world. And I encourage any practitioners, anybody out there, go to healthrevealed.org and you can collaborate with us. We can interview you. You can collaborate in future works that we're doing. And then my own channel is called Corey Nature is the Answer.
Corey Andrelot, God bless you, brother. Amen to all you're saying. I enjoyed having you on again, and we'll do a lot more. And remember, stop asking for permission where none is required. And certainly when it comes to your health and healing, the only permission you need is to give to yourself, because that which created us all gave us that spirit of healing as well. So thank you, my brother. Good to see you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Which leads to our homeopathic hit of the day. If you're a little bit nauseous, if you're looking in the mirror right now going, dude, I didn't realize how deep the rabbit hole went on slavery, we've got a remedy for you right now. Super Don, kick it into gear.
Playing all of the homeopathic hits every day, right here on the Robert Scott Bell Show.
Well, you heard me ask Bobby Kennedy a week or so ago that, hey, the FDA is being sued by the Alliance for Natural Health to reinitialize the CPG 400.400, so homeopathic manufacturers can manufacture and sell and market. And that's still part of the authoritarian system. I wish we didn't even have to ask for that kind of permission. But we've got a remedy that if you get...
Hey, thank you guys on Twitch. Thank you guys on Twitch. Thank you for everybody on YouTube.
Nausea. I want to shout out to our friends at Better Way Health with their beta-glucan, which is a profound tool for the immune system to modulate it. Shout out to Reggie and the gang there in Atlanta, betterwayhealth.com. Use the RSB code.
Guys are great.
Discount. Of course, our friend Lance Shuttler standing up for freedom as well at Ascent Nutrition, doing wonderful work. And our buddy Bob Briorin with Folium PX. I got to hang out with him this weekend at the Autism Health Summit, and he's helped my mom get back on her feet. Now she's still dancing at the age of 91. And also Lisa Rooney. You want additional extended homeopathic hits? Our good friend Lisa Rooney, vibrantlife247.com. You can even get a 20.
I'll let him share these
see if you want to go further
things
into
and
the homeopathic world.
see what we're going to do here.
These little homeopathic hits I do each and every day, with rare exception. If I'm on the road, sometimes we can't fit them in. And also the official tool company of the Robert Scott Bell Show, Grip on Tools. And shout out to Elias Samash and his family. You got to have the right tool for the right job. And you want to be autonomous. You want to have sovereignty. You got to be able to build and fix things too. So apomorphinum, the remedy indicated for nausea, vomiting, a lot of central nervous system disturbances. It's made from a synthetic medicine that allopaths can use, but we use it in a homeopathic form to address serious issues, motion indicated dizziness, nausea, vomiting, violent response like that, vertigo as well, neurological instability, exaggerated reflexes, poor coordination, nervous restlessness following overstimulation from toxic exposure. And so there are some other things to consider here. It's usually indicated at a very low potency, 3x to 6x, which is almost enough to still have an allopathic impact a little bit, albeit less toxically. But you can use it as a 10x to 24x, a 30x, 30C. And I don't know many people that will use it higher than that unless they're detoxifying from exposure to it. And that's possible too.
Well,
here's some complementary remedies in the homeopathic.
Let's see. All right. I'll leave that because I don't know if I can just stay inside the room there. But guys, make sure to follow his show. And like I said, I've been following his stuff for many years. Incredible stuff. Let's see. Am I on stream here? I have to go back to this real quick. Let's see here. All right. Let's see if I can turn it on. Hello. Let's see. Freaking my camera here. Let's see what we got. What we got. Using 2 camera sources is causes like tech issues. So I'm just trying to figure this out. I'll close that, I guess. Ooh. Okay. Let's see if I can get my mic, my thing up now. Video capture. Activate. Boom. We're here. We're live. Awesome. How'd that go, guys? Did I do good? Did I do good? Let me get some light in here. Techie. Yeah. Hey, Fearless Floyd, when you going live? You going live today? What are you doing, my man? How we flowing? Here, where's our music that we just randomly found last stream? This song is just randomly found last time. I should just use it now every time for my stream. I should just look up random music from now on with you guys. Music reacts. Yes, I am. You want me to come on? I mean, listen. I want to do a collaboration with you sometime. Again, that would be pretty nice. Because I miss you, man. There's a lot of stuff happening. Just figured to let you know. I also want to collaborate with Jack. Hit me up after you're done here. Okay. Or I can stay live and hey, Floyd, if you're doing it soon, I could just go right into it. Yeah, Flawless, nice to see you again. Gov Court Watch, Daryl, nice to see you guys. Saw some other guys awaken your mind. Derek, I appreciate you. And thanks for the people who also go to Twitch. Some of you guys still don't go to Twitch, how dare you. Elliot James, Betty Traveler, there's a lot of people in Robert's chat as well. So great to see, always great to see. See if I get my browser here. There we go. Cool. Need at least 30 minutes. Oh, good. Hey, I'm not gonna rush you. Okay. I mean, listen, I can. You know me. I can talk for 30 minutes. Let's be real. I'm glad I didn't overtalk Robert or anything. I think that went pretty smooth. Yeah, so I've been following him since like what? I was like 13 or so. I don't know. I have no clue. Okay, the exact time frame, but I just know that I've seen him in a lot of summits with Mike and other people who I followed in the health movement for a long time, and it's cool for me to just kind of do a full circle. But see, I have new inspirations. Okay, my next inspirations is to talk to people like Jordan Peterson. Okay, like my goal with the Health Revealed project is to eventually get the word out so much about psychology and statism to reach Jordan Peterson. I know. But listen, it's possible because he talks to Max Lugavere. He talked to Vani Hari. Vani Hari was like the first person I guess I can give credit to ever because I liked her content on nutrition and health when I was 13. Pretty sure. Right? But pretty sure she was the first one. So the fact that she spoke to Jordan Peterson and like we're kind of in some of the health circles, right? I'd say that the people I talk to are definitely more outspoken, and the closer you get to like Joe Rogan or Jordan Peterson is the more they're less willing to talk about things. Like they're still willing to talk about some things in the world, but not necessarily everything. At least from my experience, because I mean, I know Pat Miltich, right, who was on Joe Rogan, and he tells me some things about that and various other things, not to stir drama. Imagine the video I put out. Joe Rogan, I know some things about his guest. Now, Joe Rogan's probably pretty cool. The UFC as a whole, MMA scene, seems pretty open. minded to freedom and truth in these ideas, which is very interesting because, you know, you go see like the MMA UFC events and there's like all these people there, like RFK is there, Trump is there, Elon's there. It's like, whoa, right? Like the whole presidency is basically watching MMA. But when you know like some people, like I follow a streamer online and he got to meet like Dana White, he sat behind these guys. Like it is possible. I think there's a lot of people, I'm just going to say this, people who are very skeptical of others. Hi Sonia, by the way, in the chat. Nice to have you here. People who are skeptical of others in the truth and freedom movement, and they just think everybody's controlled. Like everybody is controlled. Like there's just, you know, and you know, there's definitely obviously some strings and control even with just advertisers, right? And so that can be just like a subtle form that takes place where if you talk about certain things then you might lose advertisers. And Mike Adams told me that, which I thought was a pretty good point when I, you know, said this to him. And so that could be the case, but I think most people are just genuine and they don't actually know about this knowledge. They just don't really know what's going on. Hey Duncan, yo, what's up? Thanks for following. I appreciate that. Thank you. On Twitch, cool. Hey Daryl, I just came back from returning some bowls to my neighbor. He brings me food often. I share of what I grow to him. Sick, bro. Yeah, so you're growing food. Listen, I should probably do some real life stream stuff in the food forest. And I might be visiting Jim Gale soon, actually, so I can test doing a live stream there. I don't know how the internet will be because he's like off grid from like the rest of society. But there is a lot of development happening around him, just as there's a lot of development happening around me, because it's Orlando, it's Tampa, Florida, you know, it's what's been happening for the past 10 years. Crazy expansion. Good opportunity to meet people, get the word out, but at the same time, a lot of natives getting upset. They're like, darn it, man, all these people moving in. I share some of what I grow, correction. Yeah. I got you. So let's see, what's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Wednesday. So I usually can't stream on Sunday and Wednesday. And I think there's one other day. Monday, because Monday is my health team, right? So, but those are the only days I can't really stream per se, because those things keep me a little bit more busy. But how are you guys doing? Sonia, how is it going? Fearless, if you're still listening, I want to know how you're doing. Of course, I guess I could be talking to you. Daryl, how are you doing? And anybody else who's here, Flawless, you're always here. I got to make you a moderator or something. Not like you don't have to do anything. I'll just make you a moderator because you're always here. That's all right. But that's honestly, and Daryl, you too. You're always commenting on YouTube. So I should totally mod you guys or something. I feel like I should. If you're on Twitch, I can do that. I can't do it on YouTube. Another reason to come to Twitch. It's going okay? Only okay? What's going on? My escape? Yeah. All good. Let's see. How can I think I can VIP you. Yeah, I'm going to VIP. I think that's more cool because then you get like a gem next to your name. Flawlessly Gertie. Boom, you just got VIP. So now you got like a cool little badge next to your name. So when you chat, you'll see. Yeah. I was supposed to start reading your natural intelligence now, but the stream is on. Oh, darn it, man. I'm distracting you. Ah, man. Let's do a read along together, shall we? I actually don't have, what is this? Downpour instrumental calming. Okay, whatever. Just let it play. Yeah, I have an audiobook for this, but it is AI generated, I think, audiobook. And sometimes I do the audiobook myself, but then Amazon introduced the AI feature. So I'm like, okay, I guess I'll do that because it actually sounded pretty good. Not gonna lie. But anyways, yeah, so sorry to distract you from that. Yo, just chill music. Yo, what's going on here? Oh, these guys again. Let me go back here. 6 hours ago, 14 hours ago, 23 hours ago, 1 day. Nice. Look at all this new content we got. Oh, this one just popped up. Court videos. Oh gosh, I'm not getting into court videos, that's for sure. I have an extension that categorizes videos in order on TikTok and Instagram for like certain sections. What's in the truth section? Let's go to truth. Let's go /search. Let's see, /truth. /truth. Let's see. Yeah, so 10 hours ago, 21 hours ago, 2 days. And I don't use TikTok, right? Like, this is not what I use. But I don't really use any social media. Full-time caregiver to a mommy with dementia. Listening and learning help keep me sane. Yeah, I think we all need to try to find a way to stay sane in today's world, and finding out how to do that can be a bit tricky, for sure, without a doubt. So I get you. You know, guys, I could be, let's see. Yeah, I could be outside. I could actually be doing a live stream outside, if I want to. If you guys think I should go on a bike ride or something, I could possibly do that. I don't know how Fearless Floyd would feel about that, because then I might not be able to go on a show with him. I mean, I could possibly on my mobile phone, but yeah, what is it? The truth is the truth. See, if I do truth, it's gonna be like all religious stuff. See, God wants to reveal. Hey, Daryl, let's. I think we should check this out, right? You talk about this stuff to me too sometimes.
In the kingdom, God will not reveal what you have no desire to know. Just hear me out on this. God is holy, which doesn't just mean he's pure in essence. It also means he's pure in motive, meaning he cannot go against your will by pretending to reveal something to you if you didn't ask for it. That's why Jesus laid out a clear kingdom process. Ask, seek, and knock. You cannot receive what you're unwilling to ask for. You cannot find what you're not actively seeking. And the door won't open unless you're persistent enough to keep knocking. Revelation is not passive. It's an intentional pursuit.
But that's like for anything. So
the depth of what God reveals to you will always match the depth of your desire to see and know the truth. And when you know the truth shall set you free.
That's like a general statement on truth. That's not like, oh, this is specific to Revelation. That's specific to any truth journey, at least from my experience. You guys let me know. But like what he's describing there is like the truth sets you free, and as much as you desire is as much as you get. It's like, that's like the law of attraction, right? That's like natural law, Mark Passio would say. I feel like that's go outside and let us know, please, the sun's distance from us. Yeah, right. Measure the sun's distance. I know that actually there's been some juicy drama in some truth circles. You guys want me to share that with you? Nothing drama I'm not a part of. Daryl says, I might be posting a video on YouTube in the next day or two of a little tour of what I have going on here. Oh, that would be awesome. Daryl, I'll react to that on stream. That would be sick. Like, imagine, well, if you let me, right? I would love to react to your like food forest and whatever you got going on over there, because I know you grow stuff, and I always hear like chickens in the background too of your videos. That would be pretty awesome, man. I'd love to see that. Yeah. But anyways, you guys want to see something? So, because I kind of enticed you guys. All right. So you might know this YouTuber, a content creator, whatever. Jeranism. And I actually have some friends who know him, and I probably can appear on his live stream too. I probably should reach out or try to get on sometime. I don't know when he goes live. When does he go live? Does he go live every day? 3 days ago, 5 days? Pretty often, right? Nice on this. But anyways, he basically went through a bit of turbulence in his own community, and I say kudos to him because, and I hope it's genuine, of course, but yeah, as you can see by his logo on his channel, he has the flat earth map, or the Gleason's map, kind of X'd out, right? Now, again, I don't really have a position on this issue. It's just kind of like I observe, like, physicality is an issue within itself. But it's cool to see that despite holding a position for so long on his channel, right? This is 3 years ago. I don't know if he deleted any videos. He is willing to change his mind. He is willing to say, wait, I was wrong after all these years. And I am saying, okay, I actually think it's a globe. After all these years, and then his whole community just kind of lashed out on him. And they started going after him. And he invited it, with open arms. And that's why he says here, always honest, sometimes right. And what I see problematic about this, not about him, I think it's good for him to be honest, which again, I could only hope, because Eric DeBay claims that he's like controlled or something of the sort. DeBay, who I've talked to before, I consider to be a great content creator, but as you can see here, he's got 2 videos, Final Experiment Fakery, the Final Strawman Experiment. So what Jeranism did before he changed his whole channel is he actually traveled to Antarctica and did an experiment called the Final Experiment. And there were some flat earthers and there were some globers, right? And they basically came together and said, all right, we're going to do this experiment together. And we're going to document it on 24-hour cameras, 360 cameras. And despite that, and despite releasing all the footage, right, and sharing it with the public, and being totally transparent and going over all the claims that people have made saying that it's fake, Eric kept his videos up. And I don't know why he kept his videos up, and he hasn't made any other videos about it. He hasn't made any videos recently about Jeranism or the other guy who went and did not change his mind about flat earth, but definitely got a lot of backlash because people still thought the experiment was fake. And that's this guy, which it gets it, who's actually local to me in Tampa. And so I actually tried reaching out to him and actually giving him some support because the dude obviously felt like the need he had to explain himself. And I don't like seeing people get attacked. One thing I don't like about the internet or content creators in general, okay? And I'm very glad I'm not a big content creator for this, okay? Even though it kind of just comes with it, okay? And there's always going to be haters. There's always going to be haters, no matter what you do. Is the internet kind of gangs up on you and they get into an echo chamber and you do something wrong and it's like they're all after you, right? They're not thinking in terms of psychology. They're not thinking in terms of like, okay, in order to help this person, I shouldn't just attack them and spam them on social media. They're not thinking like that. The internet, people put on this mask because they don't get to speak to someone face to face. If they saw someone face to face, they would not say the things that they say on the internet. So, you have these people and they just go on these tangents and they're attacking him. And so he feels the need to have to explain himself. Now he's doing a bunch of different videos on different things. But as you can see, he did several episodes on this. Was it real or was it fake? And he had to do like long rants. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. But see, even in the community of people who call themselves truth seekers, they're totally closed-minded to the possibility of something being wrong about their so-called truth, or to the very least being respectful to other people who may disagree with them. And they fall right back into the habit of those same people who oppress them. So it's like a repeat cycle, right? Witsit is on point, understands logic, rational thinking, and how to win debates while providing for us family. Yeah, he has a family. I don't know if you're talking about us family, but yeah, I've been trying to connect with him on Telegram, and he's actually been getting back to me, but it seems like he misses some of my messages and isn't really following up. There's some people like I'm in touch with who the follow-up is like, are you going to follow up, right? But I would love to get together with him, do some live streams or whatever. That would be awesome. He'd be a great guest for that. That would be awesome. And then we can talk about it more, about just kind of the psychology aspect of it, because I think he handled it well, but him having to feel the need to explain himself, he does not have to. Not at all. So there's the juicy drama, okay, for you guys. Listen, there's always drama online. It's kind of how the internet works. And like I said, I'm lucky to not have a huge community, because then I don't have like crazy drama I have to worry about. Oh, by the way, I want to put on. By the way, Eric's work is great for everything else, though. I mean, I just don't know why he keeps these videos up. Probably because of viewership. Like, I don't know. Just he really should be more communicative with his audience and those people he disagrees with, rather than just kind of attacking them, in my opinion. But his work is definitely some of the most extensive in the whole truth community, I would argue. But I wanted to look up here. Let's see. World of Warcraft Ambiance Tavern. Heck yeah. Perfect music for stream. I'll lower that a little bit. Like we're in an inn, like we're all having a beer together, right? Even though I don't drink. Let's pretend it's kombucha or some like, health drink. But I feel like this is like the perfect music to do stream to. And if I could, I'd actually log into World of Warcraft right now, but I can't because it's a private server, and I can actually get my whole channel like destroyed for streaming a private server because I don't pay for the real thing. Shh, don't tell Blizzard, the company that owns the game. We have not spoken since I got back from Puerto Rico. A lot to tell you. All right, you want to do it on stream or off stream? You let me know, man. You let me know. I like the work you've been doing, man. I've been sharing it around with people especially in the assemblies still that I know. I'm like, listen, this Fearless Floyd guy, why don't you look at his channel? I recently did a whole thing on Telegram. Somebody was talking about, oh, I want to do my status and everything. I'm like, okay, before you do that, I want you to, like, know about the dangers of this. Like, there can be a lot of dangers. Like, here's a guy who interviewed hundreds of people practically, who were like former assembly leads, people who have done this stuff. I'm like, you should be aware of his work first before you do anything. By the way, is flat a term that is not allowed to be said on YouTube? That's funny. I actually do have a blocked word list on here to kind of help with the algorithm. There's a lot of words, by the way. A lot of words you can't say. Again, another reason to come on over to Twitch. I mostly point out to them that Enoch wrote he saw around, yeah, was taught the reasons. Yeah, I mean, Aristotle too, some philosophers of ancient times. People claim it's kind of like all ancient. They all believed a certain way. Not necessarily. There's Sumerian hieroglyphs that also show it. Not necessarily as what they thought at the time. So, I mean, I don't really agree with anybody. I'm always like, when it comes to a lot of truth discussions, I tend to try to see the truth in everything, right? And that usually means I'm like an outcast of all the groups, if I'm just being honest with you guys. Water level at rest doesn't lie. It's so clear. Yeah, I mean, I love looking at the ocean in Florida. It's so beautiful. It really is. So, Fearless Floor, you said 30 minutes. Let's see. When's the last time you said that? Is that 7 minutes? 6 minutes from now? History is a set of lies that are agreed upon. Yeah, possibly, my friend. Possibly. Very possibly. 20 minutes Elwyn Forest music. Heck yeah. See, I can listen to this music all day. It's my stream background music for now. Right, we're in an ancient tavern discussing the future of humanity before there was AI, technology. Stinking annoying me. See it everywhere. I have written down some ideas for videos I want to record, so I could possibly go outside, do some stuff, and I might end the stream for now. Save my other stuff that I have on here, all these other tabs for another day. For some of you guys who are here, sorry. Might ditch y'all. His story. I love when people break down words, but another thing about that is like, I don't know about that. There's a lot of coincidences in language. I study Chinese too, right? Every single week, and so ponder the distance we are from the sun, brother. If there's some what is it? Sun gazing, right? AI voice NPCs in games could be real cool. Yeah, listen, I mean, AI could be cool, but listen, it's like, bro, it's so overused at this point. Like, Mike, I'm already over it. I'm already over it, man. I love how I just leak your name, by the way, Afix. Do that so we can speak prior to doing a live. A lot to tell you. Okay, yeah, so we can do that. I'll end stream for now. Guys, blame Floyd for the reason why I'm ending stream, okay? Oh yeah, Skyrim, but you can type whatever, they respond. Yo, Mike, do a stream with me, man. Let's do it. If you got, like, I don't have Skyrim, but I'm willing to stream whatever, man. I'm willing to game with you, do a stream. Come on, let's do it. Listen, there's certain people I will have on stream any time, any day of the week. And you and John, you're one of them. Without a doubt. Okay, so please, like, let me know. And or also, just come to Florida, and then we can stream, like, walking the trails, man, and going places. You just haven't got it working locally on your machine. Bro, I do have an uncensored LLM, okay? I do. But it's probably not as good as yours. I mean, I get it. Because you're like, you know everything about tech. So, you get it, man. Can unity and alignment with nature be both geocentric and heliocentric? Unity and alignment. Isn't unity and alignment, isn't that the same thing? Geocentric, whatever centric. Honestly, if I don't know the answer to the question, I'm just going to say I don't know. It's not my focus point. I don't study physics. I study more metaphysics, which you can base off of physics, I would say. But there's always a polar opposite perspective to everything in this life. So it's funny when people want to claim they know how life looks or operates. I can guarantee you that there's another way to interpret that same world, even if you think you're so true in what you think you know. So that's where the metaphysics comes in to the physics. And that's what I'd have to say. And that's where unity comes in. Because when you see two sides, and you see the whole, which is both sides, and how they coincide with each other, how they conflict, that's unity and alignment, right? Oneness. Hard to stream the AI stuff while showing since it dominates my GPU. But yeah, give a crash course, dude. Whatever you want to do in stream, I'll dedicate a whole stream to it. That sounded awesome. A crash course, live crash course. That'd be pretty sick, or whatever, man. It's just I would just want to stream with you. Is it possible to have an accurate view of nature? Well, this is what I'm saying, right? It's the difference between the objective and the subjective. There's always nuance. That doesn't mean it's subjective just because there's nuance, right? So let's say you say there's a law of polarity or a law of correspondence. There's yin and yang. So, okay, you say something is yin or something is yang, but you forgot about the other side. Doesn't mean that it's subjective just because you're not entirely right. See? So just because you also can't define something doesn't mean it's not there. Just because you can't see something or can't put it into words doesn't mean it doesn't exist. This is where religion comes in, morality comes in, ethics. But obviously, it gets deep into the, like I said, this idea of metaphysics, which I have written about. So stay tuned. Stay tuned, all I have to say. And then I will explain it with words to denounce the very nature of words. But also, if you want the best video I've ever done, okay, it's this right here. The Great Debate, Are Pancakes Natural? Best video I've ever done. Mike, do you agree, Afix? Come on, man. Best video ever done. I think we need a part 2. Enoch wrote 300 books, and his son was instructed to hide the other 299, where they wouldn't be found until a generation was born that could properly interpret them. Yeah, and again, interpretation is a whole nother story, right? Is a rabbit or dog's view of nature inaccurate? If not, then being accurate sounds pretty simple. It's a good way of looking at it, man. I love that. It's true. right? Who is to say that we understand this world better than the animals, which often listen to their own body better than we ever could? They have many instincts and things about them that are surely, as Mark Pastor has talked about, more evolved in a way. They have more adaptability to the sun, to the elements, right? We may have some intellect, but these animals are very in tune with their environment. In many ways, you could say much more than humans. So there's an intelligence there. And it may not be the intelligence that we're thinking about. So when we're talking about a view of nature, by whose eyes are we talking about? What view of nature? What do we define nature by? You get down a rabbit hole, right? Summarize that video in as few words as possible, please. We can just use AI for that, right? Don't I have a tool? I think I have a tool here. This is by the way, this is the funniest video I've ever done. It's hilarious. It is entertaining. It is informative.
We're here
It's stinking great. Let's see here. I think. Okay, so I can ask it. I can say, "Hey, summarize this video." Let's see. What do you ask me? Summarize in as few words as possible. Well, okay. Let's just do summarize this video in a couple sentences. Let's see if this works. Work, please. Please work. Mike is going to judge me. Oh, there we go. See? Oh, wait. You guys don't see it on your end. That's messed up. It's a pop-up window. It's an extension window. Okay, it says this video features a debate on whether pancakes can be considered natural, exploring the definitions of natural and unnatural with a focus on the ingredients and processes involved in making pancakes. The discussion highlights different viewpoints on food processing, human influence on nature, and the broader implications for health and nutrition. So there you go. There's an AI summary of the video. I feel like I could summarize it better, to be honest, but that's fine. It's kind of generic. See, this is my problem with AI, man. It's like, I'm PC. I sound like everybody likes to interpret me. Like, what happened to Shakespeare? I want to now watch all of Shakespeare because of AI. Because what it did is it degraded the creativity of people. Now, you say, oh, well, AI is super creative. It can create art. It can create music. It's not the point. There's the feminine, right-brain, spiritual aspect of this reality that gets undermined by everything material. And AI is just one part of that material world. It's a great part, you know, pretty influential material. He thought there was no way a pancake could ever be natural, so I posited a hypothetical that did all the parts. Boulder rolling down a hill. Yeah, and I believe I won this debate, but you guys can decide for yourself. It's so funny. And whether that would count as natural from his perspective. Yeah, I actually tested my philosophy, naturosophy, which I used in that debate with you, Mike, with AI. But AI, of course, likes to affirm you and your viewpoint. So if you have a better AI that I can debate with, let me know. But I was asking it constantly, like, where am I wrong? This is my philosophy. This is what it says. Where am I wrong? Right? Now, I know Fearless Floyd wants to talk to me, so maybe I could put on a screensaver for now. And if you guys wanted to stay in the stream, up to you. I don't have to maybe end it. But where is the Corey action figure? Have you seen that trend? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Dr. Karam says, the Egyptians considered animals to be in higher consciousness than humans because they live strictly by natural law, the laws of nature. Meaning they live in the physical... Message got cut off. Go on Twitch, man. It's better here. It's much more chill. Mike, come on Twitch, man. This is where it's at. I have everything set up. I got like the follows, the subs, donations, all the pop-ups. Like, it's all set up, man. It's cool. Oh, Floyd says play a 10-minute video. Okay, wait. What video should I play? What video should I play? Oh, also I should change my title. What should I change my title to? Sharing the let's see. Oh, actually, I could play the debate. I can play the video. That'd be funny. Let's see here. The great debate. I'll make this full screen. Let's see here. Live editing on the spot. Heck yeah. By the way, I still don't have an editor for my live streams, which kind of stinks. In a way. Unless Mike wants to set me up with some like fancy smancy AI that does it for me. Mike, get on it. Here, I guess that's good. I think that's good. All right. You guys can watch the debate while I come back. I'm telling you guys, this is hilarious. This is the best video I've ever done. 100%. 100%. So they've been eating animals, and no big deal because they already exist halfway on the other side. Let's talk for 10. We'll go live. All right, sounds good. Join us here on Twitch. Yeah, that's right, Flawless. You're VIP. You run the show. Heck yeah. All right, I'm going to play the video, guys. Check this out.
Great debate. We're here to answer the question that's been burning on everyone's mind forever. Are pancakes natural? In the for camp, or the, I don't know, the person who thinks pancakes are unnatural, rather, is Corey. The person who thinks that they seem totally natural to me is me. So Corey, what is your argument? Where do you begin? With maybe how you describe?
I think let's start with...
Or how it came up in the first place, maybe. Like, yeah.
Sure. So obviously, this is very important. Obviously, pancakes being unnatural. It's on everybody's minds. Every time somebody eats a pancake, that's the first thing they think of. No, I'm just kidding. But let's be honest. It might be more important than people realize, and I think I might be able to prove that here. But even more so, just the point in contention, which is, are they unnatural to begin with? So we're going to have to look at the difference between like human judgment on a particular subject versus like the actual effects of said object on that human. And we're going to have to make some differentiation. So I think the first differentiation to make would be to define our terms, right? So what is a pancake and what are we doing with it, right? So I have some notes that I did write down. I did do a little preparation for this because, of course, it's a very important topic and I have to be prepared, right? So there's two natures at play here. There's pancakes and then there's humankind. Now, I think if I talk to anybody out here, and I would ask you this question, Mike, do humans make pancakes?
Yes. And humans make babies too, which is also natural.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So, but we do recognize there's different types of humans and there's also different types of pancakes. But we do recognize them as pancakes despite being different. So like we'll look at trees and we'll say there's different types of trees, but they're all trees.
Okay, I think I follow. I don't see any contradiction.
Yeah, I know. We're building up, right? We're trying to lay a foundation. So what is pancakes then if we break it down, right? And I say that humans make pancakes and we consume pancakes. I don't see anything else really making pancakes except humans. We make this as a title, as a concept. So already by just the nature of looking at it, I can say it's pretty man-made, but we have to break it down more. Go ahead. What do you want to say?
Are you saying that there's no possible way that nature could make a pancake?
It could be possible, but you'd have to show me.
Boulders run through some wheat fields, and then they happen to get hit with the right amount of rain. Maybe like an egg falls in it, and it like finds its way. Happens to be a Death Valley, and all of a sudden you have natural pancakes.
Okay, sure. and that, so then that would make it so where pancakes are natural to exist or occur. But I think it's because there's a combination of different things, but we'd have to be calling it a pancake. And so we're the ones titling it. So then maybe you would recognize that then the title of pancake is man-made.
Maybe I don't think just labeling something like by like giving a word would take something away from something.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think that's how it works. That's like you can call like a flat wall a round wall. It doesn't make it a round wall. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it doesn't change the nature of that thing. Well, right. What I'm saying too is like in nature, all these things are happening all the time. There's tons of different things. We can try to label and identify those things, but we'll be doing that all day, wouldn't we? I mean, we can try to differentiate. That's what science tries to do.
Isn't that literally what language is for? To make distinctions and to separate things?
Sure. I do think it does come at a cost, though. because when we do put a label on it, what if it's something else? Like, let's say, you see it's round and I see it's square. Is it actually which one? We have to be able to come to some sense of agreement, right? So it's a lot of human bias getting in the way of like, what do we see this thing? What should we title this thing? And what language should we title that thing? I mean, there's a reason why there's also like scientific names for different things, right? So there's probably a scientific name for pancake, not in English.
Yeah, but again, okay, I feel like the language part really kind of goes into the weeds because I think it has anything to do with
we're not
pancakes
going to
being
talk
unnatural.
mostly about the language. We're going to talk more about the nature of that thing to begin with. But I do want to lay the foundation to say there is a title that we're giving this thing we call pancakes, and that nature of pancake is very broad and generalized, considering the fact there might be different types of pancakes. So there's different
it's like
ingredients.
A little cake you make in a pan.
Yeah, but there might be different types of flour, right? There might be different types of eggs. There might be different types of sugar.
You can do vegan pancakes. You can do pancakes out of scallions.
Right.
You can do pancakes
paleo
out of
pancakes.
Yeah, exactly. There's plenty of other options for all of those things.
Sure.
In fact, there are all natural pancake recipes. There are hundreds if you look them up. So
when they use the word natural, it may not be through the way I'm looking at it here. So I'm going to get really specific on what does that mean? What does it mean for something to be natural, and what is a pancake? So I use a method called the nature dynamic within my works in naturosophy for understanding the nature of any one thing. So let's look at a pancake, right? What do we use a pancake for? Why do we consume pancakes?
Because we have to eat.
To eat, right? To eat, to consume, to enjoy it, whatever.
They're relatively cheap. You can make a bunch. Yeah. They're made with ready and available, very common ingredients found in nature.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, eggs we see have been around for a long time, right? Flour too.
Flour's just wheat.
For many. Yeah, sure.
You get unbleached regular, just mortar and pestle. You can do that from wheat. You can do the same, and you need like eating pancakes. You wouldn't use eggs, so you don't need that either. But again,
sure.
And I wouldn't say chickens are unnatural.
And people might have been making pancakes before they used the word pancakes. Would you acknowledge that?
Yeah, probably, because the English probably wasn't a language then.
Okay. All right. And so then if we look at like sort of the base nature, so I call that the simple nature, which is its intended purpose or use. The base nature would be, what are the requirements? Well, a pancake we usually shape in a form of a flat circle, right? So like on a pan, usually we have to use it with pans. We need to know how to cook. These are all requirements involved for the pancake. So I would call that the base nature. Now, the core nature would be what it's made out of. So you mentioned the flour, it could be butter, it could be oil, it could be eggs, it could be baking soda, powder, but the ingredients are going to vary slightly and in different ways. And I think the ingredients are pretty particular and very important for this conversation because it determines the nature of the pancake. Obviously, we recognize each pancake is different, and we also recognize each person is different. So this might give us a little bit more judgment as to what works well for the body. In other words, what is natural. And I'm going to get to that definition as well. The second nature to a pancake. So a second nature would be other simple natures. So other intended purposes or uses. So if it's not for eating, it's for enjoying. If it's not for just eating, it's maybe for nutrition. Like we eat for nutrition or whatever your purpose is of using the pancake. It could also cause other things like insulin reactiveness, like maybe insulin resistance in the case of it's a really high glycemic grain or wheat product. It's a form of carbohydrate we recognize. We also recognize there's some fats within it. There might be some proteins from the eggs. But we also recognize it's used for breakfast. So these are all second natures, meaning that you can look at a pancake and usually associate it with these things. Now, there's many other second natures you can associate it with, but those are just some that I wrote down. And the general nature would be, what is it? What is a type? So the type of a pancake, it's a food. So we recognize it as a food. Do you recognize it as a food, or do you recognize it as anything else, like a design?
I mean, I feel like probably when I was a kid, I might have worn it as a mask once, like a bite out the holes for the eyes or something. Okay. I don't know. But otherwise, yeah, generally, yeah, of course, it's a food. Yeah, and again, it's like I like, yeah, okay. I mean, it's I guess how we eat it. Again, I feel like that's all after the fact of it is a pancake.
Sure, but then the higher nature would be for a greater purpose or greater use. So if we're eating something and we're eating anything, what is our goal for eating? What is our goal for enjoyment? Well, we want to enjoy the most possible. So that might mean, in the case of pancakes, us adding more sugar, us adding more maple syrup or whatever it is to make it better. So our goal might be for a better meal or for a better enjoyment. And we eat the pancake to enjoy, but we might want to make a better pancake. And that aspect of better makes a big difference for this conversation, because we're asking, are pancakes natural? And natural is usually a term associated by many people as better. Now, it doesn't mean it's better just because it's natural. Again, we recognize labels as can be misconceiving, or some people can perceive labels differently. So let's get specific then on nature and what is natural. I define nature as what has always existed. You look at any dictionary, nature is basically the constitution, birth, innate character. Okay. And then natural, if you just break it down, of nature. So it supports what has always existed. So, for instance, I have a body, which is given to me by nature. I've always had this body. Okay. And
but you haven't always existed.
No.
Okay.
But
in
my
fact,
soul
nothing has
has
always existed.
But my soul or my spirit
Possibly.
has, which has gone past many generations in order to bring me to where I am now. Humans have always existed in the sense of our understanding.
Well, it depends. Yeah. I mean, if you go with a Big Bang, that's like nothing existed until something existed.
Right.
I mean,
and
to be
getting
fair,
closer,
like, just give us one miracle.
and getting farther, getting closer and closer to origin is nature. Because again, it's birth, it's source. So when you want to support your own nature, support something that is natural, support nature in a sense, then you want to support what has always been there. So if your body is designed and meant to have certain organs in certain places, or designed to be healthy, how are you going to support your health? Right? So the word healthy and health go hand in hand, because you want to consume healthy foods for your health. The same way you might look at the word natural and nature, or real and reality, or honesty and honest. Okay, these all, or correct and right.
Again, these are all just correlate. Okay. Forgive me, because sorry for talking over you.
Sure,
but I feel like it's like this is all descriptions of a pancake, and they are around a pancake. They are not in the pancake. They are not the pancake.
Okay.
So like it's like yeah, all of this derivative info, I feel like it's like ways to describe things around the pancake, but they are not the pancake.
Well, it helps us
what is
understand
in the pancake?
Well, we're eating the pancake for enjoyment, right? And for
but again, eating you don't have to. You can just make it and throw it on the ground. That's fine. But if that's made out of nature,
so you want us to take human bias out of it?
I'm saying all the parts are natural.
The parts are natural.
Right.
Like the eggs, the flour. Okay, yeah. I don't know about flour.
Yeah, isn't it just wheat when you grind it up?
So here's what we need to distinguish, because again, we're looking at humans and pancakes. So if we're looking at eggs, for instance, right? They might be natural to exist. Are they natural to use? So in the sense of, are eggs beneficial for human consumption?
Clearly, yeah. They're great. They're like,
now, how about flour?
It's cheap. Depends who you ask. There's a lot of competing thoughts on that, but at the same time, it's like it only sustained like large swaths of the population for many generations to make you exist in the first place. So well, probably beneficial.
It can be used. Does it mean it's supposed to be used?
According to who?
Well, wouldn't time tell us?
Is anything supposed to do anything?
Well, do we not see the reason why we ended chattel slavery in 1800s?
Ended chattel slavery in 1800s.
Did we just do it because it's more productive? Did we just do it because we felt like it? Or did we do it because
no,
there's
the
a
North
purpose?
No, the North didn't like that they couldn't beat the profit margins of the South. I'm not even joking. That's actually why they did it.
You don't think anybody in their hearts, or any of the abolitionists who originally stood for the cause,
they were they're not the people with the money that actually could end it.
You think money is what ended slavery, and
100%,
everybody
100%.
Nowadays won't try it just because of money?
No, they still do it. I mean, because of our presidents in the last couple of decades do it. Because I don't know, if I could pay for someone to like do that the whole time and house someone or whatever, I probably would if they wanted to. I don't care.
Well, you're paying them. That's not slavery.
Anyway, so Libya currently has open air slave markets, straight up. like right now, today.
Right.
Like,
but I'm
this
talking about
currently
like
happens,
in
and that's
America,
actually due to American intervention in Libya, actually, but that's a separate conversation.
No, there definitely still is. But the point of understanding this is the reason of understanding like there's a purpose in humankind, or people see that things work better when they're aligned to nature. So in a sense of humans are not meant to be slaves. Would you agree?
I don't, I mean, obviously I don't think there should be slaves, but at the same time, I don't know what meant to be is supposed to be. I feel like what happens is what is supposed to be. Generally speaking.
So if what happens is people have it, you're just going to go along with it?
No, I wouldn't endorse. I wouldn't want to hang out with those people. But like,
why?
There are hateful people, and I don't want to hang out with them either.
So
there's
you're
people that are
recognizing,
really nice, but I also think they suck too.
so you're recognizing, you're making a bunch of lines in the sand, though, of what is right, what is wrong.
No, for me, that's different. I'm not. I would never say objectively. Like, I mean, it's like obviously.
And how do you make that judgment?
Based on everybody else, what shit you've learned and seen and heard and read.
So when I consume a pancake, do I listen to my body when I react to that food to see if it's compatible with myself?
Maybe you do. I don't know. I don't have your body. Some people really don't.
But wouldn't this help us in this discussion for understanding what is natural and unnatural if I'm given the nature of my body and given the nature of that food to understand how that food reacts to my body, the two natures in conflict with one another, to see if they're compatible, to see if it actually promotes health, to see if it actually supports my nature?
I guess, but yeah, generally speaking, I would say that like okay. So you're just saying your body might not like pancakes. That makes them unnatural. That's basically what you're getting at.
It gives you a sign, does it not?
For one person, potentially, they might have like a gluten allergy or whatever.
Okay.
That's fine. You could also do it without wheat.
But you're saying that doesn't make it unnatural just because one person might have an unnatural.
Absolutely not. No, absolutely not.
But you don't think that gives us a sign at all into the nature of the food?
No, not necessarily. I mean, there's stuff that diabetics shouldn't eat, right? Like, because they're diabetic.
Okay. And aren't there certain things that humans shouldn't eat?
If it sustains their life and it's all they got, they should eat it, yes.
So if it's a poisonous plant, we recognize it as poisonous.
I didn't say that. Doesn't sound like it sustains their life, so no, they should not eat it.
Okay, so now you're basically admitting to the fact there's certain things that are natural that support an individual's nature, and there's certain
very
things that
natural
don't.
If all you had to eat was a pancake, to eat that pancake.
Why is it very natural?
Because it sustains your nature.
Sorry, because you said it's the only thing that you have to eat.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if you put it in that context.
Okay, then it's very natural to eat a pancake.
Okay, but that doesn't make the pancake natural. Just because you're given an option that is
okay. Back to that initial case, then nature made the pancake. It did whatever things happened and it cooked itself on a rock somewhere in the sun.
Does that mean it's best fit for human consumption? Nature makes poisonous plants.
Like I said, if it's literally the only thing, then it would have to be best fit, right?
If you see it's compatible with your nature,
it's the only thing that you could eat. Other than the rock that it's just cooked on, maybe.
Yeah, but just because it's the only thing does not mean it's the best thing.
Right. But okay, are you saying there's literally zero scenario ever where it would be perfectly natural for the pancake to exist, which I think we already kind of agreed could happen, even though as unlikely as it is. I mean,
it can happen. I'm not going to deny the possibility.
It's unlikely that like the Earth exists. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, sure. Like stranger things have happened than a pancake forming somewhere. And you know what I mean? Or if it's just a mushroom, it's just squished and you call it a mushroom pancake. What's the difference? Like it's so you are you suggesting there's zero? So let's say the pancake was formed naturally somehow.
Mm-hmm.
And like, are you saying there's zero scenario where someone eating it, like you're saying the act of eating it makes it unnatural? I don't understand that. It's because that has nothing to do. Remove people, just the pancake exists. That's natural, right?
You can't remove us because
yes, you can.
By our nature of this conversation, we're here.
But okay, but so
and also we are the ones who are consuming the pancakes. So you can't take our nature out of the equation.
Is that not? How is that not just like guilt by association?
Huh?
How is it not just like guilt? Like the pancake is guilty of being unnatural by association I just realized my mic is really hot. Sorry.
Because we're the ones identifying pancakes and we're the ones consuming the pancakes. And so we're the ones saying if something should be natural. Now, nature is just nature, just what it is, right? It's just exists. We're the ones who come up with the word natural.
But the world makes it and nobody eats it. That's perfectly natural?
If the world makes it and nobody eats it.
Yes.
Okay. Trying to think of what you're saying. What do you mean? Like if the world makes it, nobody eats it. What we're talking about is human beings. In order for something to be natural, we have to have some sort of human bias.
But we talked about the scenario where a pancake could just exist.
You can't take humans out of the equation.
But we did earlier, though, right?
Well, I said it's possible that nature can make pancakes, but that's irrelevant of understanding what's natural.
So are you natural?
My existence as a human being is natural.
Okay, if I take a bite out of your arm, does that make you not natural all of a sudden? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, it's not natural for you to do that to me because it violates
me unnatural, but it doesn't make you not natural. It wouldn't change you at all.
It changes my nature. It changes my nature away from
arm, but you're not unnatural any more than like falling.
It's unnatural to my health condition. It's going to cause some problems. Whether it's going to cause problems in you psychologically or me physically. I
don't see how external factors change the nature of it. Like I don't think that makes sense to me.
Well, if internal did, I mean, is external not related and connected? So here's the thing, right? You have a pancake, right? For us to use the word natural, again, we have to add in humanity because we're the ones making judgments on nature that exist. So let's say a pancake exists in nature. It just exists. All right, whatever. There's no natural. There's no unnatural. It just is. But when humans come into the equation, we have to make judgments for ourselves as to what should we do and what should we not do? What should we eat? What should we not eat? And so that's how we understand what should we eat that's better for us than what should we eat that's worse for us. So what is it that we should eat that's more natural for us versus something that is less natural? So a pancake, most people would recognize as processed. What is the definition of processed? Something that man takes, put in a lab or cooks up to try to make something new.
But okay. Like people cut down trees, but it doesn't make trees unnatural. So I guess
it does change the nature of the tree. The tree was there before.
No, but you're saying all trees then are unnatural based on what we're talking about here.
The trees just exist. Humans then mess with the trees. That changes their natural condition.
So you're saying a tree can go from natural to, so one person chops down one tree and now all trees are not natural?
No, I'm saying that one tree now is in its unnatural condition. So a paper would be an unnatural form of a tree. A tree is a more natural form of a paper. Because we recognize the root cause.
It's an old dead tree and it gets pushed over versus wind just knocks it over. It's the exact same result. Exact same splitters, exact same breakpoints, exact same everything.
So there's no humans.
But if you were to push it over, it's the exact same result. The tree is just as natural as it was.
Yes. But that happens all the time. That has always existed. People turning it into paper has not always existed. People using the tree and using it for all sorts of nefarious purposes.
Just like I'm saying, just tree falls over by itself versus tree gets pushed over. Breaks the exact same way.
Yeah.
They're just equally as natural.
Sure. But when we start messing with nature and the extent of now renaming things and making new forms, now we're messing with, what is there and intended. Now we have the ability to do so. It doesn't mean we should.
You build a lightning gun and you shoot it at a tree and it blows a branch off and it collapses exact same way as lightning would from the sky. Just as natural, right? The tree, it doesn't change the nature of the tree at all.
It changes the nature of the tree.
No differently.
But that effect is natural to occur because that effect has always happened. As long as the existence of lightning, as far as our understanding. But again, turning trees into paper is not something that has ever existed unless humans come into the picture. Unless you can say,
if humans come and scratch,
nature's always changing. Change is law. Okay, so I don't want to say nothing changes, but I do want to say that there are
about the naturalness of that tree.
The naturalness of the tree exists. It's a tree. But when you call it something else, because now it's in a different form, We recognize it
Right.
has a different nature, do we not? So now the piece of paper we can write on, the tree, we can't write on the same way as a paper because we did something to the tree to turn it into a paper so we can write on it. The same way we took a bunch of ingredients from nature and we said, okay, we can turn this into a pancake. Now we have a pancake. And we recognize this as food, but is it as natural as just eating the eggs or the flour as they are?
So you have some arbitrary number of steps that all of a sudden turns things unnatural in your definition?
The path of
If you take
least
a bite
resistance.
but don't chew too much, is that more natural?
Well, take it from the Taoist point of view, right? The path of least resistance, or the Wu Wei, non-action. You're still taking action, but it's action that causes the least amount of resistance. In another sense, it's understanding what is effortless. So you want to produce natural results, and in order to do so, that means not messing or crossing the line, not messing too much with nature. So you have a human body that you're given with, and you don't want to cross its boundaries or its given nature. So it's the same concept in Taoism, which has been taught for thousands of years, which is try to leave nature alone as much as possible. For what you do use, respect it and understand what you're using it for, why you're using it. Does it support who you are? So if you are making a pancake, is it a pancake that's healthy, that's going to support your nature? Or is it a pancake that isn't so healthy? Why do you use a pancake? Are you dependent on it? Because if you think that is your only food, a pancake, you might forget about the eggs, you might forget about the flour and that which made the pancake, but you need that in order to make the pancake. So the same way in like artificial intelligence.
So
we
you're
need
Stone
natural
Age,
intelligence
you're
to
Stone
make
Age grug. Okay, so you're
Well, we
Stone Age
need-
grug now. And
need
nature
natural
made one of these
intelligence.
pancakes that we were talking about.
Sure.
And you see this pancake. The path of least resistance is obviously to eat the pancake.
If you're given the pancake, yeah. It's by
Yes.
nature.
God gave it to you. Yeah. There you go. Okay.
But
All
it
right,
doesn't
so that's
mean it's
100%
right for your
natural then.
body. That requires knowledge.
You're grug. You don't know. And lacking knowledge doesn't make you unnatural either.
Well, we have minds for a reason by nature, do we not? To learn from our behavior, to learn from our effects. What's the point of
Okay,
that?
but
If we're just going to do
what if
everything
grug
that's
thinks
given
it's
to us?
delicious? And he's got a field of nature's
Okay,
pancakes.
that's one point of contention that comes with our body is the idea of enjoyment, but we also have intellect. So just because we enjoy hurting someone does not mean we should hurt someone because we know we should not. That's another thing, right? Just because we feel like we have instincts that tell us we got to go kill someone does not mean we do it because we know better. And unless we know better, then we don't know a better nature to partake in.
Still feel like this is getting too focused on the human part. I guess I still don't see how any of this changes the nature of a pancake. I mean, it's like if you take a bite out of a chicken,
okay,
it doesn't change the nature of the chicken. The chicken is just as natural as it was. A coyote could have
Well,
taken
there's
the same bite.
saliva on it. The form that it was
but
whole is
a
now
fox bites the
changed.
chicken.
I'm saying
That's not
there's always
natural.
change. I'm not saying that just because someone bites or just because something happens to it makes it unnatural. I'm saying it changes. Change is just nature. It's just law. Things are always changing. What makes us make the distinction between natural and unnatural is what was there before. So yes, if we start messing with trees, we start messing with other human beings, yes, we're going to create an unintended result. If we don't understand the nature of growth, the nature of a human body and what it's supposed to be, the holistic blueprint of certain organs in certain places. A doctor might say, well, let's just take this organ out because it's going to cause a problem. They aren't looking at the bigger picture, is recognizing that organ is meant to be in the human body. They're like,
Well,
oh, well, it's not going to
we don't
cause
really
any
need
problems.
anymore.
They're going to
Like,
claim that they don't need
appendixes and
anything.
stuff like that. Yeah, it's for processing like horse hooves and stuff like that, which we just don't eat, or like mole or wisdom teeth, or
Humans
like that
think
handful of
that they
different parts.
can mess with nature, but then nature always kicks them in the butt later on because they don't have enough knowledge to understand, oh, wait, I shouldn't have done that. And this happens time and time again throughout history. Again, slavery being another example of humans thinking they could do something for thousands of years until a bunch of people come along and say, this is not something we need at all. In fact, society can be way better without it, which means it's more natural for our condition. And being that you and I can live without that with no problem seems quite natural to us. Doesn't seem like we are obliged to have to go out of our way to do something to other people who we recognize we don't own.
Okay,
And
potato
ownership stems
pancakes.
from what? Our nature. So back to pancakes is the same thing.
What about potato pancakes?
Sure. So back to pancakes is the same thing.
What about potato pancakes? Clearly natural, like literally generations of Irish people survived on them. They died when they didn't have them. They only ate potatoes,
Okay.
basically.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so
get
they
smashed
recognize,
together.
look, they're
And
choosing what to do
there's
with their own
basically
life.
minimal processing. There's almost no other ingredients other than potato and a potato pancake and frying it.
All right. Well, frying, cooking, that's one nature of its own. The potato, one nature of its own. What other ingredients are part of it?
You can cook an egg on the bottom of most MacBooks. It's like the sun will do it on the street in Texas most days. So like that could just happen. Eggs fall out of a truck and potatoes fall out of a truck. It's run over. Bam! It sits and simmers. Totally natural. I mean, the potato being there on the truck, I guess not natural, but I'll give you that. But fair enough. In either case, yes. A potato can roll into a spot on a rock. You know what I mean? There's no reason. Like that's actually much easier to imagine God making potato pancakes, oddly enough. So, and that's ancient shit. So I guess, and again, we talked about earlier, there's a million different ways that you can describe pancakes. It's just a flat thing, generally bready. Carbs are actually pretty good for you in a lot of cases. Very ready to use energy.
But why generalize when we can get specific and understand how it exactly affects humankind? So like the insulin idea is very problematic. You recognize there's people promoting like paleo or different types of pancakes. Why are they doing that? It's because now they're recognizing the nature of something is no longer supporting the natural human body as well as it should.
I think you're partially also biased by thinking of it as an American pancake. Most other countries will not do it like the level of sugar.
Oh, I understand. I said there's different ways to make pancakes. What I'm saying is there's a reason why somebody would replace like flour, which is many people would consider a huge component of pancakes or like cakes in general.
Whole wheat flour would obviously be totally natural.
Yeah, but there's people who are like, don't do any flour. And I think that is telling us like, wait, why are we doing that? Unless we recognize there might be something incredibly wrong with that way of thinking, or maybe it doesn't work for everybody because there's a conflict of natures going on between the individual and
like
consuming.
Like the Atkins guy, he thought that like carbs were basically the devil, and then he died of heart disease. Lol. Whatever.
Yeah. So in again, there's so many different natures to look at. People would love to generalize and be like, oh, well, that's evidence that the Atkins diet doesn't work. See, I
think realistically, people are different. Actually, there's actually a great variety of difference between people. I think it's like silly to say that we're all the same because we're just not. Simply put.
Right. So that would shut off every assumption, would it not? But then it would help us inquire more into the nature of who we are as human beings. See, the word natural might sound like a generalization as to what is natural and what is not. But if I'm saying on an individual level, each human is different and each pancake is different, now what I'm looking at is super individualized understanding. I'm not looking at a collective understanding, right? But the only collective understanding is we're all part of nature and nature was here before us. So we just have to figure out our way.
No, well, nature made us, thus we are also natural, and everything we do is also natural. There's not a single pharmaceutical
everything we
product.
do is natural.
Absolutely,
because we were made by nature,
and because we did it right. Like there's no pharmaceutical product you can find that I would argue is unnatural, actually, because every single thing in those pills came from something on Earth that was here naturally.
And I agree, but do you not think that we can turn it into different forms away from its intended form? Or its original form?
I don't think intended really means anything. Single thing in the. I mean, you could argue that it's unnatural to for monkeys to lose their hair and start speaking in languages, right? In the same sense, in that sense, it's just evolution, which obviously is natural.
Okay. Well, yeah, if you're saying it through this lens of it's natural to grow and to evolve and to learn from our actions over time, we're still making decisions, however, for ourselves as to what to do and what not to do. You can't avoid that.
Right. Right. And so everything had to come from the universe.
So then to say that, I'm just going to do whatever because everything is just nature, then it's like, no, you're still going to make decisions within your life of what to do, what not to do, and therefore what is natural and what is unnatural. You're whatever. And it's like, no, you're still going to make decisions within your life of what to do, what not to do, and therefore what is natural and what is unnatural. You're purposely not going to walk off a cliff. Oh, just because the cliff was here does not make it right for you to walk off a cliff.
Right. But I also wouldn't necessarily, I think being individualistic just kind of makes the whole discussion moot when you're talking about specific pancakes or specific people.
Well, why would it not help us inquire more knowledge into?
Because you have to do it 8 billion times. You have to do it 8 billion times for every different person on the planet then to have any kind of real idea.
Exactly. And it teaches you not to make a general statement, but to look inside yourself, which is, do you not know yourself the most?
But this whole conversation started because you said pancakes are unnatural.
Yes. Because
that is a pretty general statement.
It is a general statement.
Discovered.
It is a general statement, but look, as we broke it down, because I had to, because it's a general title. I had to recognize, wait, there's human beings, there's different types of pancakes. I had to. So, like any statement I make, you can break it down, can you not? I can say,
of course.
Yeah,
of course.
Is there not an other side to every argument as well?
Well, yeah, you could break down every word in every statement into the etymology and find 50 other. You could break down every word in every statement into the etymology and find 50 other words. Then you'll break down this.
I don't know how much that will help us with man-made words, but
it might. Well, again, words are just a way to help convey.
Sorry, guys, for the hiccup.
Flapjack.
I am back.
As long as we
In a
recognize
pen from the 14th, late 13th century.
As long as we
1400s.
recognize words are symbols that have been taken out of their original nature as well. Same thing like pancakes are
hold on.
of a recipe.
This is perfect. This is perfect. Let me share this window if it works. Share. Okay. All right. Can you see my window here? All right. So
yes.
You didn't let me finish. First used in 1400 pancake as a surname, as a symbol of flatness. Speaking of words being symbols, very funny.
Okay.
Yeah. In language said plat a cake. It's like a plate. It's like a plate cake. Colloquial pancake. For Shrove Tuesday from 1777 is the old custom. Okay. Oh, pancake
so
is a verb.
very, very late in time. Like talk about 1700s, 13th century. Gosh,
humans
the Earth has been around for billions.
Well, and we've existed with our like prefrontal cortex basically in the same form for about 700,000 years. So, yeah, at least 300,000.
So this is quite new.
Well, fair. That doesn't mean that we didn't have people making them or eating them before then. Great.
It doesn't make them natural. Just because people can.
But it doesn't. No, but also being new doesn't make things unnatural either. You know what I mean?
It does make them unnatural in the title that we give them because it's new as a word, but also because they're taken out of their original form. The flour and the eggs and
okay, I guess I see at that point we're talking about like there's just kind of general arbitrary number of steps that change it.
What makes it arbitrary to understand that a tree turns into a paper objectively due to effects?
If you could do it in one clean slice from a knife.
Okay, just because, but that doesn't. It's still changing a tree to a paper.
Okay, a very sharp rock did the exact same thing.
Okay, but you're using it, or is the rock doing it?
No, the rock just like fell and just sliced.
Okay, so then humans are out of the picture. And
Yeah.
if humans are out of the picture, then there's no natural or unnatural distinction unless we recognize something in nature is happening that that shouldn't be happening, and therefore the default is on humans again.
But that happens the vast majority of the time.
To figure out, as humans,
I think that actually happens the most. Like, I think that actually happens way more than you're giving it credit for. Is like a lot of times people don't even realize things do things until they see nature just do it. And they're like, oh, I can replicate that.
Sure, but it doesn't mean just because nature does it does not mean that they should do it, because there's effects that nature happens as the result of humans.
Right. Like, for example, if you increase carbon in the atmosphere by 40%, trees grow 2x speed, or 200%. So trees will grow way faster when you slightly increase carbon. So it's actually very good for trees to have more carbon in the air.
And that's where we learn
which
from our behavior.
Then pulls more carbon out of the environment and blah, blah, blah. And like, that's why we see the amount of forest in Brazil growing massively over the last couple of years.
Well, isn't that, again, the point of evolution is to learn from our behavior to know what is right to do. So in understanding like natural health, for example, it's about supporting the individual's natural being, which means understanding how the body works, doing so in the least invasive way, and for ultimately two things, safety and effectiveness. Without either one, it's sort of like you're missing half the picture. Okay? Because let's say I were to compare two different types of pancakes. Let's say one of them is really like good at making me happy or providing nutrition, but it's also not that safe for me, and it's also like causing a bunch of other issues.
Why
so
would
then
it be
it's
not
not really
safe for
that
you?
natural, is it?
I don't see why. But so its effect on you doesn't change whether or not it's a pancake.
Well, it affects if it's natural, which is what we're trying to figure out.
But again, take you out of the picture, which I'm trying to do here.
Which you can't do because a natural is a human-made distinction.
We've already discussed a bunch of places.
Do you think nature comes to us and says, this is what's natural? No, humans are making that judgment for themselves, are they not?
Okay, so you're just saying you can call whatever you want natural or not natural. I get it now. Okay.
Well, I'm saying that's the human job of all humans in society, ultimately, through all classification systems whatsoever, on entirely on this earth, whether it's honest, real, reality, illusion, adulteration, any form, aberrational, they're all forms of classification to understand that basic distinction between the natural and unnatural.
I think putting a word on a thing doesn't change the thing.
No, absolutely. That's why I'm saying titles.
So making the distinction by giving it a word.
That goes back to what we talked about with titles in the beginning, how titles don't change the nature of something, and we can come up with a bunch of different titles for the same thing. It doesn't change the nature of the thing.
Right. Okay.
But the word natural we use as a distinction to know what to do and what not to do because it's of nature.
But if you're going to label it natural or unnatural, that doesn't change the fact that it is natural.
If I'm going to label it, it's because I understand what is nature and how it aligns to my nature. So, like, is it natural for me to consume a pancake? Well, the pancake should probably be natural too. But I have to make that distinction with my knowledge, with my understanding of, again, that safety and the effectiveness, the nature dynamic that I used before, breaking down the ingredients to the best of my ability.
Okay. So what if we find like that it's like the absolute most healthy thing you could possibly feed your dog is pancakes.
All right. So then people are going to do it. Doesn't mean it's actually the best thing to do.
But what if it's literally the best thing to do? It like lets your dog live till it's 40 years old.
When someone says it literally is.
Okay, so what I'm saying,
we always have to have discretion.
So hypothetically, it lets your dog, it kills any possible disease your dog has, fixes its broken bones, and lets it live till 40 years old. Are you saying that
it doesn't mean that it's
good?
Right for every dog? It doesn't mean that.
No, let's say it is. Right, let's say it is. Hypothetically, it is right for every dog. We just discover some scientific breakthrough.
But is there anything that is one thing that is right for everybody on this earth?
I'm saying hypothetically.
But that goes against the nature.
So people making it to give it to dogs.
But if it goes against the fabric of reality, why go with hypothetical?
Well, what if it is like? What if we discovered that?
Because reality in order to make your hypothetical
I'm saying no. I'm saying some dog found one of God's pancakes, and that dog lived to be 50 years old, and we all discovered, like, holy crap, it's been surviving on God's pancakes out in the savannah.
Guess
forever.
what? Even though that works for that dog, it's not going to work for everybody. People are going to consume that pancake differently. They're going to consume it in different quantities. They may not.
This is hilarious. I'm sorry. I can't take it serious. Every time I listen to this, it's hilarious. I can't. Oh gosh, guys. If you want to see the rest of this, we're at the 40-minute mark of it. It's so funny. I can't, man. It's crazy. Here's the 40-minute mark. Were you guys into that? Were you guys like tuned in? I swear. This is like an actual debate. I don't do debates, right? This is like the only one I actually did, just because it's with Mike. It's so funny, and we did it on purpose because we knew it'd be like a troll, but in a way it's actually a pretty good conversation to have, because I do believe the things I'm saying, actually. Though of course there's probably better ways to word it in many ways. Giant white bird might be natural, but I'm afraid it will eat the baby chicken, so I just went out and made it some other natural place to find food. Yeah. It's good. Yeah. It's very not bad. Yeah. It was so random. I'm like, Mike, you want to sit down and do it? So like, it started out as a joke. We were like, oh well, Mike, pancakes are unnatural. Like, it was like this one night that he was over our house and he was like drunk, and I was like, messing around with him, like just like debating about existence, and we somehow got into pancakes, and that's where it led. And then it kept being a joke like ever since then, and then we're like, all right, we just got to debate about pancakes. That's it. And I'm down for a part 2, honestly. Chemicals are not meant to be ingested. The human body runs on organics. Yeah. I mean, it's like we have a specific chemistry, a specific blueprint. That's kind of what I'm detailing there, is that does that blueprint, how does that interact with other things? That determines the natural and the unnatural. though there's different lenses to look at it under. So, anyways, Fearless Floyd is going to be here soon, sending me a link, so I'm staying tuned for that. And so for those of you guys who are watching, just figured to let you guys know that I'm going to be on there soon. And then if you guys have any questions or anything you want to go over, we can do that. Okay, so feel free to let me know things you want to talk about, anything that we should look at. A great topic to help have a better understanding of one's view, the world and nature of things. Yeah, pancakes is a very light, subtle topic. But if there's anything in particular that you guys think, any questions you have or whatnot, we can talk about it on the show. And of course, I do want to probably get out and about into the sun, so I'm going to do that for a second and play the pancake whole debate for now, and then when Floyd comes back, we'll catch back up. So you guys can gather your sources right now, gather your videos or whatever you want to do, and let me know. Speaking of pancakes, the first time I had a real maple syrup and sugar, not in chemistry, I was like, hey, wait a minute here. Yeah, for sure. Hey, it could be a crepe, right? It could be a pizza. It could be a bunch of things. But anyways, all right, back to this.
Consume it in the right way. There's going to be 100 other dependencies still at play.
Okay, there's a field of God's pancakes. And we find a pack of
and
dogs
still
that have been living on
everybody
it for hundreds of centuries, and that's just it. And it's like, and the rest of us all of a sudden one day discover, like, holy crap! Like,
and there's still different types of humans. There's still different types of dogs. People would still have to travel there.
No, it's only for dogs. It only helps the dogs.
No matter
no
of their
people have been
current
involved.
condition.
It always helps the dogs. Every dog.
No matter. Okay, so then, I mean, again, we can think it's natural, but we have to have discretion on the part of ourselves just to realize what we know is that we know nothing, because there's always more that we haven't figured out. There's always more to this reality. Every time humans think they have it figured out and they want to create a box in something, they limit themselves, because nature is ever more expansive and there's truths way beyond their current comprehension, that in order to learn more, in order to evolve, in order to innovate to begin with, in order to even create a pancake, you need to be able to open your mind and escape the current box you're in order to create something new.
So let's take a look at this. All right. So what's in these ingredients is unnatural to you?
Okay, so you'd have to break down each nature using the nature dynamic, like
whole wheat flour. You just literally grind up wheat into powder.
Okay, so you just recognize that the wheat goes through a process. This is where we get the word processed. So
right.
There's processing.
Okay, but it could happen just, I don't know, collecting it in a corner of a field while wind blows or whatever, and the powder always finds its way to a spot or whatever. Enough boulders and trees roll through it.
Humans still have to determine if that is something they should pick up, if that is something they should use, if that's something they should consume, what they should use it for, maybe not consumption. People can use flour for a bunch of different things. It's about understanding, is it most compatible with the human body? If you think that flour is natural to consume, go right ahead, be my guest. Okay, it's your individual choice. No one's stopping you, but it doesn't mean that you should.
Flour has been eaten obviously since before the 13th century, but that's just the first time it was used in English, obviously. So, like, you know what I mean? Which comes from flour, which like, and because you could grind up petals and flowers and stuff. Flour did that for pigments a long time ago.
Grass, and grass is indigestible for humans. That's where we get kind of questionable. Is it in our nature to consume flour or grain?
It's okay. It's undigestible for dogs too, but that's why they consume it, to help them throw up.
Sure, they know. And because of their
which is very much in their nature,
use it,
even though it makes them vomit.
No, they're using it for their nature. It's supporting their nature because they're doing it knowing why they're using it. And knowledge is the key.
Why they just do it?
They know why. Just because they don't have brains like you and I, are they not? You just said they do it to throw up, so they know why they're doing it. They're doing it for a purpose, for an intention.
Sodium bicarbonate.
Unless you're saying it's just an instinct and it's like Wu Wei again, which is sort of like an effortless intuition.
Yeah, I would say generally speaking, it is like just.
And that's how I want humans to live. Is sort of an effortless intelligence.
I feel like I'm surrounded by effortless humans. That's not a good thing.
Well, effortless doesn't mean that they have intelligence. They've probably never even heard of Wu Wei.
I would argue that effort requires intelligence. So anyway, all right. So
I think it takes effort to be effortless in intelligence.
So can you do baking powder? Can you do it without baking powder? This might be the only part that I would argue you might have me on.
In today's world, it seems hard to live simply, but it's more simple than the simple who is conformed.
So yeah, right. So okay, so sodium bicarbonate. How do you?
You understand?
Get
There's
to
two different
sodium
types of
bicarbonate?
simplicity. There's a simplicity of conformity, and there's a simplicity of letting life be. Two different types. One goes with the stream of life. One goes with the stream of society.
That feels like we're getting into the weeds here on something totally different. Oh man, I hit stop share. And, oh crap, my thing's breaking.
No, I still see it. Okay, but I was saying baking soda and baking powder and salt. These are things we can look at too. Like, are humans extracting these? Can they be beneficial for us? How much should we depend on it? Because if we depend on it and we say we must have it and it's something that our nature needs, then we're saying it's natural and that there's nothing beyond it that's more natural. So if I say a pancake is something everybody must consume, it's very natural.
Not specifically pancakes, but humans obviously.
Because you say it's very natural, then everybody should be consuming pancakes because it supports their nature. And
no, I don't. But didn't you say that natural doesn't necessarily mean good?
No.
Okay.
Because
okay, so that's not what we're getting at.
No, I'm saying the word natural is good. That's what I'm saying. Equivalently.
Oh, okay. That's strange to me because obviously everybody needs to eat, and if it is your,
I thought we made this distinction a long time ago.
Say you're very poor, and that's what you got in the cupboard. Obviously, it's natural to eat it then, right? Like it is the smartest thing.
It's the smartest thing to eat in that time, but it doesn't mean it's the best thing for you to eat because you recognize there's probably higher quality food. There you go.
But can't that always be the case though?
Yes, and that makes us always want to improve.
So doesn't that make literally everything anyone ever eats unnatural?
No, it makes it an understanding of what is better and what is worse. I mean, every action we do, right? There's going to be some resistance. There's going to be some problem. If I just step on grass, I'm killing a bunch of ants. But, I'm doing my best maybe not to hurt the environment that much compared to, okay, I'm going to drive around with a trailer and just destroy everything in nature's path. Like, there's clearly a distinction I'm making here between what is causing more harm and what's causing least harm. What's more beneficial for my body versus what is least beneficial. So like if I'm going to McDonald's versus if I'm cooking for myself. I mean, most people will understand, yeah, there's a difference between those two.
Maybe you're a really bad cook. McDonald's is actually better for you. Who knows?
What, McDonald's? Yeah, that's possible. You see, people make assumptions. Oh, just because I'm cooking for myself means it's healthier. Not necessarily so. You still have to look at the nature of the foods you're consuming.
Oh, right. Yeah, you can call yourself vegan and eat only Oreos. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So, see, my philosophy is designed to make people think. It's literally what it's designed to do. It's designed to say, don't stay in this box. They're cooking with olive oil that oxidizes on high heat.
Yeah, well, that's right. You're supposed to do low heat if you want good pancakes that don't burn. I would only the only oil you should ever use is olive oil, honestly.
Look, you just used the word should.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a human bias. Well, gosh, let's just take humans out of it. Well, now we just have oil and it's just sitting there. Well, what's the point of talking about it then, unless we're going to do something about it?
Well, okay, but again, all of these things do exist and can naturally exist.
Yes. Well, yes.
So the only one that I actually might give you is baking powder, sodium bicarbonate. I don't know where that comes from.
Exactly, but flour too. It's like taking
everything else
form. Milk, almond milk. Like, come on. There's no such thing as milk from almonds.
No, of course.
It's just water with blended almonds, which again has to be blended. How is that happening? So, like in my book, I talk about like juicing, right? Like your mouth is a natural juicer. Like in the sense of like you're breaking down food.
But there's also instant pancake mix that literally just takes water and is totally vegan.
Wait, what?
There's instant pancake mix. Sorry. Okay. Like and it's just literally like water is all you mix it with, and then I just throw it in a pan.
Yeah, again, I mean processed, but what I was talking about, like with juicing, is like, your mouth is a natural juicer, and then you look at a mechanical juicer, it's less natural.
Recording stopped.
Well, okay, but our teeth are more natural because our teeth have always been here.
Part of the video
have always been juicing, basically, for all time. Well, see,
okay.
The thing is, though, is that we've been juicing before there's been juicers with our teeth.
Right.
And to recognize that means that, okay, we can use juicers because we recognize they could be helpful for humankind, but we need to know that there's been juicers before that, which is our teeth. Because if, let's say, we underestimate the power of our teeth, maybe people are going to stop chewing. But
what if you don't have teeth and you just mortar and pestle or something? What's the difference? Like, why is that?
Well, it's kind of important to know that we have teeth for a reason.
Hold on,
it's kind of important to know that teeth are given to us by our nature. because they're there for a reason. We need to use them. So when we use our teeth, we actually.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. You hear me? Yes.
I had to do that because I've been telling everybody one of these days it's going to pop on. It's not going to be me.
That's funny. What's up?
So what's going on?
Going good. I'm just setting it up on my end. All right, it looks good on my end. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. We got Floyd in the house. You're live on your end. I'm live on my end.
We are. Absolutely.
All right. Like the shirt, costume change.
Set change.
Yeah, exactly. You like my debate about if pancakes are natural or not? It's the best video I've ever done out of my 1,000+ videos.
Great title. I was laughing just on the title alone. I didn't even get to hear any of it because
Yeah. So your followers, just so they know in case they're watching the replay, I'm Corey Angelot. I do a lot of different work regarding truth and freedom. And Floyd and I, we're pretty close trying to help people free themselves ultimately from all the different things that are going after them. I originally found Floyd through my experience with the assemblies and the common law, state national people. And I felt like, man, this is kind of cultish, kind of not right. And, here's Floyd with like hundreds of people who are like leaving the assembly who are like, man, there's problems here and there. And I was like, wow. So I was like, I'll reach out to Floyd. He seems like a cool dude. And he ended up being awesome. So, we've been keeping in touch ever since. And we did a couple shows before. He tends to look up to me for like my age for some reason, even though, we're all in this together. And, what we need really is a conscious shift. I've talked about this on the show, but, I'm here to try to evolve humanity. And now I'm starting to do a lot more live streams. So for anybody who's listening, I encourage you to come on my channel sometime. I'm going to be doing live streams like regularly or daily, out in person, on the streets, sometimes at the computer, depending on the day and what goes on. But you're welcome to join in, chat, share your resources. We do reacts, we do gaming, we do everything. I have a sword with me too, which is pretty cool. Good sword, it's pretty sick. Anyway. All right, there we go. There's my intro.
Didn't you do a video and tell everybody that everybody needs a sword to defend themselves with?
Oh, yeah, that would be a great video, actually. Good idea. I'm writing that down. Why you should not buy a gun, you should buy a sword. That's a good title.
Do you collect swords?
No. It's the only. My dad always knew that I wanted the sword, and that was like a long time ago. So he's like, all right. He found one at like a garage sale, and then he's like, he got it for me. So I'm like, all right, thanks. Yeah, it was like cool. I'm like, why not share it on stream? But yeah, I'm not a fan of having too many things. I like to kind of simplify my life, but it's a cool little fun little thing to have. So why not? It is self-defense, actually. So.
Yeah, Corey has been on my show twice previously, and I was just looking at those as I was setting this up. And the first show, I think you had to wait about 45 minutes to an hour while I was going off on something else. And you appeared for about an hour and 15 minutes maybe. And then the second one was a 3.5-hour show that we did together. We did a lot of discussion. You're into permaculture.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I was in Puerto Rico, and we didn't have a chance to discuss this a minute ago,
sure.
Permaculture is perfect there because it semi already exists.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody's consolidating it, pulling all the native species together and go, okay, if we just incorporate all these in one place, bananas, mangoes, and they have a host of other, wild edibles, plus introducing, others into the area.
Mm-hmm.
And, how you doing, Conspiratary? She's one over here. She's really knowledgeable. But destination hostels where you go and, you're away from the Wi-Fi, the Bluetooth, cell phones.
Yes.
You go there to learn about permaculture, to chill. We'll have other activities like yoga, teach you how to cook, prepare food. So it's a destination within a destination. You follow me?
Absolutely.
But we have these all over the island in Puerto Rico. There's not just one. Like you can go up in the mountains, and then we can have one up there, and then we have another one over here by the beach, and then we have, another one over here, because there's you don't know this, but there's different beaches in Puerto Rico. You can be on one beach and the sand is like super grainy, real big grains, and it'll stick everywhere. And then you walk 200 yards down and get to another beach, and it's real fine grain sand, and it doesn't stick to you at all. It's and the beaches are like that. They have different colors.
It's like that here in Florida, actually. Different. You go travel 30 minutes, beach is totally different.
Yeah. Okay. Same thing.
Well, it's also because most of the beaches are man-made. Actually, there's very few that are actually natural. So, and some of them get like straight up just wiped out from hurricanes. But Clearwater Beach, people from all around the world go there because they know it's like a natural, beautiful beach, and that's like 30 minutes from me. It's a beautiful beach. Except Scientology owns the whole town, so that's a whole cult of its own. Yeah. In the 70s, they actually planned to take over the whole world, but we'll ignore that.
Really? They were in Clearwater, Florida, huh?
They pretty much, I mean, I would say I think they own like a third of the town, and then they lobby like the people there, and then they get away with different crimes. A lot of YouTubers have been like allegedly protesting there. Actually, I could probably join them on the streets, be like, yo, what's up? I'm a content creator too. I was planning on maybe doing that. But there was sometimes internal drama within the Scientology community too, because a lot of them escaped and they had a lot of trauma. And Scientology is an alternative to psychiatry. So the people who were involved with Scientology, they are not, they're not mentally like, they went there because of their mental issues to some extent, or because they needed something in life, and then they put all their money into it because it costs so much money. So then if they get out, it's another trauma of its own, right? You're going to face a lot of backlash. You're going to try to find other methods to maybe help yourself. Like, it's hard escaping that cult, and that's why it pulls people in. That's why cults are very effective. And the only thing that I critiqued on your cult video that you did with several others was that I saw Osho or Rajneesh as one of the cult leaders on the famous cult leaders in history, and that's the only one I questioned sincerely. And I've been investigating it quite a lot. There's some banned documentaries and stuff out there too, but the Osho was very unique. I'd say America lost somebody who is potentially one of the most powerful freedom fighters in the world, not even 100 years ago.
Are you saying Osho?
Yes. Or his name is Rajneesh. And some people think he's Sadhguru, but they mixed the two together, and that's unfortunate because Sadhguru is kind of like involved with the World Economic Forum and stuff. Osho was like a total rebel. He came over to America, created his own town, called himself an anarchist, and the government went crazy, and they started targeting him. So that's why I don't think, yes, there were, of course, cultish elements, but it's so much deeper. It's so hard to generalize on that. Netflix made a hit piece documentary on him called Wild West, or something like that. And it went viral. And now people think of Osho as a cult leader, which I think is truly unfortunate because his teachings were so beautiful. And I'd almost say that there's nobody out there on the internet that speaks like he does, at least that I've seen. Yes. And you'll see there's going to be different hit things about him and claims about him that I'm kind of unsure of because there are a lot of third party, like this person said this, he said, she said, and people are writing books and kind of making money off of his stuff when he died and was sent to jail, by the way, because the government was trying everything in their power to send him to jail, even though he invited the FBI to the compound to investigate because he didn't want any problems. He kind of invited the problems because of that, but he was doing his best to be as transparent as possible. From my looks of it. But he was traveling here and there right when he was about to go on an airplane. They got him, put him in prison. He claimed that they poisoned him in jail, and then he died. So I'm more likely to believe that he was poisoned than like anything else that these mainstream documentaries and stuff claim, just because he was such a rebel for his time. And it was just when the internet and technology and media was starting to be produced, or at least much more rapidly produced. So now his videos online get millions of views. Like they're going viral. His one most popular clip is him saying, "Democracy is for the people, by the people, but the people are retarded." It's like his most like viral clip ever. It's hilarious.
Oh no, he did not.
Yeah, so I mean, his story though is fascinating the more you go into it, because you look at all the comments on YouTube, you'll see, oh, I lived in his compound, I lived in the 60s, in the 70s, I was there, he promoted free love and free this, and that's why he was attacked, because, oh, look, he promoted free love, so there's all like sex and drugs, and they're naked, and they're hippies, so he was attacked for that. And then because of the freedom, all the people with traumas would go to this place. So, like, what do you expect to happen if all these people with trauma have to release it somehow? He's offering kind of psychological tools to help them overcome it, like meditation and other techniques that are sometimes alternative and kind of radical. The media is going to feed that up. And also, he's not a Christian, right? He's kind of like against all religion. Against everything. So all the people who lived there in the West were like, I don't like this man coming into my town. He's not a Christian. He's like satanic. He's taking over our town. Like, and then there's just so much drama, so much stuff. And it's like, we didn't live in that time period. We didn't have all the cameras on everything all the time. How do we know what is true? And even with Mahatma Gandhi, there's so many things claimed about him, about like habits and things that he did, people he slept with. It's like, how do you know what's the point? Like, Gandhi created the whole revolution in India. I'd say that's a pretty admirable act. He suffered, went to jail for his beliefs, and some of the things he said is amazing. Doesn't mean everything he did is perfect. I'm not saying this guy's perfect either. But to what extent are these claims untrue? It's so hard to know.
Absolutely, especially with the way that they've distorted the historical narrative for almost everything.
You should watch some of these like interviews and stuff they did in the 60s and 70s of people who went there. They're like people I meet, like, going to these freedom and truth events. The people who want to live off grid and go build their own town, and they were massively successful doing this in the 60s. It's the government that stopped them from doing it. And this is why it caused them to be like, we need to create our own army, and now they create a whole threat to the system. And so they had to be targeted. They had to be done away with. And this is why I don't recommend that as a solution, by the way. It's like, we got to build a commune and go off grid, because it's going to take a moral shift, which Osho knew this. But the commune approach, was getting popular at the time with like communism and everything, but also like the 60s revolution, of people thinking freely. It was all kind of just in its prime. And I think people were looking for it. It's just, it's so unfortunate that turn of events happened, and I tend to study it a lot because it intrigues me. Because I don't want that to happen again, of course. I don't want there to be another cult leader, that arises and people follow them, whether they're actually a cult or not, like the Children of God and all these other guys. It's crazy stuff, right? I just didn't like on that one video that he was grouped in with all these other guys, because he wasn't like them. He didn't have like a bad upbringing. He didn't have any traumas that it seemed like he was releasing on others or projecting. He was actually like an academic in his youth who was studying like every book, read like everything, and knew things to a T. The dude was crazy intelligent. And a lot of psychopaths and people who are crazy, don't get me wrong, they can be pretty intelligent. But I think he was on a whole different level. And that's maybe it's just my own personal bias, but I do.
Just outed me, dude.
I mean, you should be wary of everybody you listen to and stuff. Like, this, like Anna, how captivating they are. They get people's emotions. They know just what to say to get people to send them money. Like, they know it is profoundly crazy, and then they make everybody in the conspiracy group, look crazy, or they get grouped in, and then they have a figurehead. And it's like the whole idea of statism, what I talk about with the belief in authority, applies here too. Although it's not the belief in government authority.
Define that for, because
yes,
you're talking to your audience, but come over here and explain that to my audience.
Yeah.
What statism is.
Statism is the belief in authority or the right to rule. Usually, specifically refers to rulers and people in power. So you think of the monarchy, the king and queen, they put on a certain outfit. Oh, I have this right to rule. It was more obvious back then. It's less obvious now, as now we have presidents and now they wear fancy suits and ties. They still look a little different from the average person. The point is that they're able to commit certain actions that we aren't able to commit, right? So they're our servants, but yet they're able to tax us. And they're able to pass laws by the flick of a pen, which enforces and demands that certain things must happen by the threat of violence. That all takes place because of authority, this belief, this superstition, where all the order followers think they must do whatever they are told to do because of an authority figure. So Dr. Stanley Milgram experiments, Larkin Rose in his book and his movie, The Jones Plantation, details this. But it's that basic belief in authority. Now, if you trace this belief of authority to also experts, content creators, doctors, advertisers, or corporations, or anything that you see as exalted, you can say this is another form of authority, except it's more voluntary. Right, so you're not being coerced against your will to have to obey their every order, but it can still be dangerous. So, like in the case of these cult leaders that we're talking about, they can be very deceiving, and lying, you can say, is a form of a crime or something that is not so great, right? So people have to expose them for that and share information. But the point is that I'm saying you should question all authority and definitely question government authority, because that authority does not exist. There's always going to be people who are, leaders in their field, who always look astounding to others, who you want to emulate their actions and stuff, and you're going to be deceived. That's always going to happen. But you don't have to give away your self-ownership. You don't have to become a slave. You don't have to give someone the right to rule. That's a whole different type of authority that doesn't need to exist. It's the same thing with the slave master. So right now, most of us probably listening, maybe first world country or whatever, we don't generally promote slavery. We don't like slavery. At least if we see it, we oppose it, although there might be hidden forms and things we buy, not knowing we're contributing to it. But nonetheless, we deny slavery. We deny the right of the slaveholder to have authority over the slave, right? Well, that's a different type of authority, of course, than some leader who actually wants to help people and voluntarily. So that's why I'm making that distinction. Two types of authority. And you could also just say it's authority versus leadership. And leadership can still deceive you. Leadership can still be a cult, right? But one has violence, one doesn't. And it can lead up to that, right? It can lead up to violence. If you say, man, this person is the best and he can do whatever he wants, it can get to that point. Just as, say, you were to drink a lot and you did vices, right? Vices are not crimes, but vices can lead up to crimes. So let's not confuse the two, just as we would not confuse leadership and authority. Anyways, does that make sense, Floyd?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and Lysander Spooner wrote a whole book on vices are not crimes. Definitely recommend for anybody out there into moral topics or these ideas. A very basic moral guideline, for sure.
Well, you were going in with the statism. That was the definition, right?
Yep. Yeah, and I have a whole page, if you want to pull it up, healthrevealed.org. Right? This is
Revealed?
Yes, healthrevealed.org. This is our health project. And so if you guys know anyone in the medical field on your stream or my stream, please reach out. If you're in the medical field or you have any experiences, we want to hear from you. So yeah, go to healthrevealed.org and then /statism, STISM. And then you can get a really full picture view of what this is. Through psychology, through studies, through experiments, and it's all untaught. All stuff that we don't know about. And this is what I'm trying to bring to the medical community, Floyd. This is what I believe I want to enter the conversation to Jordan Peterson about. That's my goal with this project.
Brave.
I'm just a human being trying to make it in a world that is very rapidly losing its understanding of being human. John Trudell. Yeah, and that's psychosis, right? Not knowing who you are, or what is natural, what is not, what is real, what is not. People need to have the realization that they are man and woman first and foremost, and everything else afterwards. And so is everything else, everyone else in the world. The differences are cultural programming. Yeah, we're all humanity, or you could say men and women, in case it's common law terminology.
Right.
The point is context. And Daryl shared a quote from Osho. For the love of humanity and all nation states and all religions and all titles, for a man can never be anything but a man. See, that's what Osho was promoting. I mean, how insanely radical for today's age, nonetheless, 40, 50 years ago.
Right. I'm not finding healthrevealed.org.
Health Revealed, ED. Health Revealed.
Oh, revealed. Oh,
yes. And you could also, if you're on a search engine, guys, you can look up psychology of statism. It should be among some of the first results because we're really honing in on that. So we're going to be detailing more of the mindset, you know, what's actually causing what I believe to be the root cause to all tyranny. And yet it goes completely ignored by most freedom folks. Larkin Rose knows this. He makes a video almost every day now on his YouTube channel about everything happening in the world. So definitely should follow his work. There you go. Scroll down. And you'll see there's seminar stuff, but scroll down. So there's a summary of Health Revealed. So for all your medical people, you can share this like summary of who we are. Our press kit as well, bio, summary, slides. But you can click on what is statism. It's what we're talking about right now. And I think, you know, if anyone from the medical field were to see this page, it should raise some alarm bells. At least it should, in my opinion, about what this thing is. Is it opening for you?
Yeah. What, the video?
No, what is statism? Did it open?
Yeah, we're looking at it.
Oh, okay. I don't see it on my end. Maybe share your screen again.
Stop sharing.
And let me know what questions you have about this, Floyd, because was I the first one to introduce this concept to you?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. So I want you to be honest with me about what you don't know about and, you know, why I think it's so important, right? So obviously I'm the one having to contend the case, but as someone who's totally new to this, you know, let me know if you have any particular questions, okay? And be willing to challenge me if you will, because I want to see more people see this perspective.
You want to be challenged.
Yes. Well, I have to some extent because it's going to happen. People just don't speak up necessarily about the things they disagree with or may not have full comprehension of.
Okay. I'll tell you, you know, this is... How can I frame this so your audience understands? Because most of your audience has no idea. You know, I'm a 3-time loser. Last time I went to prison, I spent 14 years and 2 months flat incarcerated on a 60-year sentence for my 3rd DWI as a habitual felony offender in the state of Texas. I'm very familiar with the state of Texas and how they work, and they're very familiar with me. I'm on parole till I'm 100 years old. The problem with Texas is they're corrupt, they're fraudulent, they protect their own, no accountability. And by being on parole, they would lock me up and then ask questions later. And the problem with that is if you don't have an infrastructure of people to take care of everything you're leaving behind, you lose it. That includes pets, all your property, whether it's real or personal, it doesn't matter. And I've lost everything like that before. I left it with somebody that I thought would take care of it, which would be my now ex-wife. And she screwed around and got herself locked up and didn't pay the storage, and it got auctioned off.
I see.
And that's the problem I have. And I'll explain this to you even better form. I just had a former coworker that was a stagehand with me reach out to me. And he went on some kind of crime spree. You know, so as soon as I saw what was going on, I'm like, okay, I got to back off that guy. And eventually I just blocked his phone number. Didn't, because he was just way out there.
Yeah.
And he went and did his time, got rehabilitated, got out on parole, did everything he was supposed to do, acting right. He was truck driving. They called him and told him, okay, you're done with your parole. You're off.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he didn't get his discharge certificate, which is what he should have done.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't get that physically in his hand going, okay, I signed it. I'm done. That's a wrap. Contract's over. See you later.
Yeah.
Well, that's what his PO told him. Well, unbeknownst to him, he's in Chicago pulling a load, and he doesn't know that there's a blue warrant issued for him for leaving the state because, his parole really wasn't done.
Mm.
They locked him up in Chicago, extradited him to Texas, put him back in prison. He got out, and guess what? His truck's gone. He's responsible for that load, which was in the hundreds of thousands of dollars because he didn't have insurance to cover it. So this is what they do to you. They shoot first, and then they'll go maybe ask some questions, and they might do something about it. So I'm in this predicament, even though, I do poke the bear in the eyes, many chances as I get. That's what they'll do to somebody like myself. Now, do they want me back in prison? Probably not, because of just my knowledge and intelligence. Because I'm going to attract people because, all those people in there think that I'm going to have their Willy Wonka golden ticket, how to get out of prison. Because I'm, the assembly, the whole sovereign citizen bullshit, UCC, all that crap. They are, and I can't call it all crap because there are some good processes and methodologies in there that do work. But for the most part, most of them, they're just going to take you on a train ride.
Mm-hmm.
And, as we talk about those as well, I briefly mentioned to you, David Straits passed away because we've talked about the assembly stuff. Apparently he got turbo cancer in January, passed away in March. I think the end of March he passed away. His wife, Bonnie, and this is the easiest way to explain this to you guys about following these gurus who call themselves American state nationals, American nationals, whatever. Okay. There's only two status that exist under the federal government, a U.S. citizen and U.S. national. There's no other thing anywhere. Okay. Because if you got to go get a passport, those are the only two passport statuses you can get. U.S. citizen, U.S. national. End of story. So I've done several videos on David's wife, Bonnie Thomas Straight, who is now out on bond. And I was telling Corey this earlier, and forgive me for repeating it to you, but people should know who to follow and what to listen to. If you take your time, and you may not have to, you can go watch my multi-part series I did on Bonnie Straight. And the reason it took so many parts is because of the extensivity of her legal record. That's what I went back and read. Hey, what happened in the trial court? I don't care about the rumors and the gossip, scuttlebutt, all that. She was going through a divorce case. Apparently there was a child custody issue. The divorce judge ordered her for some reason to surrender all her firearms to her attorney. Several months later, she gets caught going in the Johnson County courthouse on a non-court day for her, had a firearm. It went off and registered with the metal detector. She fled the courthouse. They came out and arrested her on the courthouse steps, charged her with possession of a weapon in a governmental building. Okay. Now she's also in violation of the divorce court order. So she cops out for a 5-year sentence on that for probated. So she does 4 years, 10 and a half months on probation. She's got 45 days to go on probation, and she's done. Go live her life. Except she met David Straight. And that's when her legal record did like whoop-de-doo.
Yeah.
And went into, the Twilight Zone. For some reason, her probation got revoked. She had already pled guilty to get the probation, so she's at the mercy of the court. Court gave her 5 years prison. So after doing almost 5 years on probation, she went to prison. Did a year, got out on parole. While out on parole, apparently she violated it. I think she went to Wisconsin to see David with his seminar, got popped. They incarcerated her. She got out in December. And how she went through that and got her parole transferred to Arkansas from Texas, I have no idea. It seems unlikely to me, but apparently that's what has happened. She was put under the jurisdiction of the Arkansas Parole Division. Johnson County here in Texas issued apparently another charge for felony assault. They incarcerated her in Arkansas, and she made bail. She was incarcerated during the time that David passed away, his last dying moments. Obviously, David Straight doesn't have the answer to anything. His mastermind program that he created with the other two guys in January, well, they created actually in 2023.
Now people are going to take off his legacy.
Into 2023, he created his own legacy. And listen, we all know what'll fix this thing right? We all know. It's no secret.
Wait, what thing are you referring to?
All the different methodologies that you can utilize.
Oh, the cards and stuff? Okay, I don't know what he's talking about. I think I might know, but how you guys doing?
This stuff.
What in the world? Oh, okay.
To get that.
Okay.
I can't say it on YouTube.
Well, you just showed it on screen, though. Still gonna see that.
Yeah, bro, what this? You never seen this?
Oh
before?
my! Stop showing it on screen.
Oh, stop. Okay, I thought you said show it on the screen.
I mean, bro, it's not like their algorithms are smart. They see things if it's bad.
Yeah, I know they're getting better and better. Anyway, I didn't say that other.
Is it really that bad? Okay. Anyways, whatever.
Oh, bro, it's they'll let it slide, and you'll think, okay, that's cool, and then 18 months later, like, boom. Okay, you got a strike for a video you did in February of 2022. Like, what was that video about?
Well, geez. I mean, I talked a lot about drama today. I talked about the Flat Earth community, I talked about Scientology, and I talked about Osho, and I would talk about David Stray. Like, gosh, we're just... But anyways, I don't like to talk about other people as much as I like to, emphasize the followers, right? Because obviously they're nothing without the followers. And I actually said, I'm grateful I don't have a whole lot of followers because the internet can, take you down. I shared an example with Jeranism, who was, a major, flat earther who turned to a globe thing, after years of promoting that on his channel. And he got, attacked so much by his community. But, that is courage right there. And that is honesty. Jeranism. You should connect with him, actually. He does live streams all the time. You should totally connect with him.
Hang on. I can't hear when you bark, girl.
Daryl, judges cannot just see you and you stand as man because he's in the theater. Yeah. I will never.
Did you say Jeremy or Jaren?
Jeranism is his name. Yo, wow, your face. Look at you, you're glowing. Oh, right.
It's the lights adjusting.
Yeah. All right, cool, man. I like this. So, I mean, yeah, I try not to talk too much about people behind their back. I mean, obviously he's passed away, but the problem is people are going to take his legacy. They're going to take his work and probably go 100 directions with it. I mean, so you're probably going to have to make another 100 episodes on new characters that come out of the woodworks.
I don't do that anymore. But we were talking about the assemblies, and basically you're just going to go in this circle. You're going to go get in that little pen and walk that circle with all the other horses in this circle. And one day you're like, that grass sure looks greener over there. Maybe we should go over there and check that out, because there ain't no green grass in here anymore. We've trampled it all, because you just keep going in circles and repeat. And I didn't get a chance to bring up his whole mastermind program that he ran that's now over in, it's in Chaos City. But what that has done is broken more people away from the cultism of David Straight and the masterminds, and that there's really a process out there that you can access your minor trust and start buying stuff or discharge stuff. And I've been doing this since 2013.
Yeah.
That's how long I've been playing with this stuff.
Well, my friend Mike knows a lot about like the court stuff. There's like whole communities out there where they talk about court cases, and they actually like, and this is another issue I have, is like they kind of make fun of all the sovereign people, and I feel bad for the sovereign people because they're just trying to find a method to be free, and they're being attacked by the state, and they didn't commit any actual crime necessarily. Some of them do, and then they try to hide it or whatever.
Right.
But like it kind of gives a bad reputation on everybody, and then these YouTubers over here are making a living attacking these guys for fun, for entertainment, not seeing that these guys just want to be free. And so it's like, again, it's like another issue with a community that's online that exists because people like drama and people like entertainment. And so, that's what they go after when it's not still the truth, and kind of, can blur the waters and stuff. But Mike is aware of that. You're in the chat, Afix, you know what I'm talking about. There's like a bunch of, and they're cool people, some of the people who run these channels, but like, they make their content making this stuff entertaining, and it's like, I don't know about that. And some of these people they have their lives ruined, and they're just trying to repair it, and then they get themselves down a rabbit hole, and then they don't know how to get themselves out, and I guess they just feel like, oh, I should commit and just study, and become my own judge and go to court and then fight them, and it's crazy.
They are not going to relinquish their authority. Talking about the state, the government.
Yeah.
No matter what we do, we see with these, even on the federal level, with these judges, the U.S. district judges that are issuing these injunctions against Trump, deporting the illegal immigrants. Same thing. They're activist judges acting as legislators on the bench. And that's a problem.
Yeah.
A big problem. And let me explain it to you like this, just to give you an example of what the justice system in Texas looks like. Okay. We have the district courts, which in Texas, it doesn't matter if it's a family district court, criminal district court, civil district court, they can all practice any law that they want.
Yeah.
Okay. They just put a label on it to make you believe that, oh, I remember criminal. But it's everything. All those courts are commercial processes under civil rules and procedure, masquerading as whatever they've labeled it. Okay. So you go through trial, boom, you lose, whatever it is. You appeal it. It goes to one of 14 courts of appeal, which are intermediary appellate courts, because we have the Court of Criminal Appeals and the Texas Supreme Court. Court of Criminal Appeals obviously deals with all criminal issues. Texas Supreme Court, civil, family, etc.
Yeah, I don't know any of this, by the way.
And I'm breaking it off and showing you, okay? All of those judgeships and justice on the courts of appeals, they're all elected positions. Okay? Yeah. So let's say you're going to civil court, okay? And your issue is femtotechnology. Somebody's violated your patent for femtotechnology, which I use that specifically because if you go look up femtotechnology, it's a hypothetical futuristic technology that doesn't exist, except Donald Wilsh has 2 patents on it in Florida. Absolutely. So it exists. So I'm going to court. All right. I lose my little battle, so I appeal it, and it goes to the first or the 14th Court of Appeals here in Houston. Those are the two that are here in Houston. We're the only city that has two courts of appeals. So those judges that get elected now have to be experts in patent law. So do you think that they were attorneys that specifically their field of law was patent law, and that they got elected in there to sit on that panel of justices to litigate just patent issues? No.
Yeah.
There's some attorney who ran for office and got elected. Now they expect to know every field of law that's out there.
My friend Mike just in the chat, he just wrote some things. Can I read to you?
Yeah, absolutely.
He said, not so much attacking, but if you're going to bring up outdated law like Black's dictionary and get crushed in court, it doesn't lead a viewer to trust that line of argumentation too much. Also, there's a bunch of outright schizos that are really entertaining to watch. And then he says intellectual property laws all suck and should be abolished.
It's insane. So once you go through that you're going to have a three justice panel on the Court of Appeals. Then you're going to take it, because it's a patent, it's going to go to the Texas Supreme Court. And that's it. All these are elected officials. So those elected officials, you're bringing your issue there that 2 weeks ago, before they got sworn in and took their oath of office, they didn't know jack shit about patent law. But now they're, adjudicating your $1 trillion patent lawsuit. That's what justice looks like in Texas. So these positions shouldn't be elected positions, because once a justice or a judge gets in there and they get that tenure, they actually get the maturity to understand all the law and how to deal with it. They might get elected out because the tide changed. They went from Republican to Democrat or this or that, or whatever. As opposed to on the federal level, when they appoint a judge, that's a lifetime tenure.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't know much about this, so I can't really.
That's just the injustice of the system,
Yeah.
how it's created. It's set up to fail right off the bat.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
insane.
I hear a lot of people. I've interviewed a lot of people from different backgrounds, and I mean, I know the jailing systems don't necessarily make people better. So, and if every other system, whether it's the health system, the FDA, USDA, like, I can't say any of those systems are that great. So it would be no surprise that the justice system, which is, I think one of the main roles of the system, is also broken. But also just by the nature of it being man-made law, just by the nature of, this problem I talk about with statism, and also all the complexity is too much. I feel like there's just way too much word mumbo jumbo, and then when somebody thinks they kind of got a grip on the words, it turns them into a schizo. So like he's saying, like, they're schizos. To some extent, you can't really blame them. It's like, especially if they get attacked like crazy, it's like they're almost curating. The media is almost curating schizos. It's like, oh, what are these people thinking of me? Oh, okay, wait, I gotta look at this, I gotta look at that. Oh, if I miss this little detail, and if I don't write this properly, I'm gonna be kicked out of court. Like, every little detail, every little thing. I mean, imagine what goes through their head, how they even sleep at night. I mean, it's like, so for me, it's like, maybe I'm, I go back to philosophy, and sorry if this is, where I come from, but like,
No,
it's
why
like,
you're
it's like my Eastern philosophy kind of comes back. It's like, not attachment, like, what happened? What are all these words coming from? Like, I'm learning Chinese. I go to Chinese school every single week, right? And it's a whole way of looking at the world, right? It's a whole different language. And when you learn a different language, it activates different parts of your brain. You start to think a little bit differently too. So I just wanted to mention that because, while we were stuck on language, you start studying other languages and you bring that into the mix, things start to open up more. You realize, wait, the way we do things in English is often sometimes totally backwards in the way they do things in China and Japan, and their customs, their culture. For instance, you could say ma, right? Like, like mom, but you also may say ma, which means a horse. So you can call your mom a mother, or you can call her a horse. It's the same word in Chinese. Or it can mean you're scolding someone. So it's either your mom or a horse, or you're scolding someone. All three words, all that say ma. 3 different tones in Chinese.
3 different. Okay, so it's the tonality.
Yes. It's a tone-based system. There's like 4 tones, but even still, some words have the same exact tone, even the same exact character, and have a totally different meaning. So what you think is language, I mean, in the Chinese language goes back very far and influenced Japanese language and Korean language and many others. And a lot of medicine started there. There's hidden pyramids apparently in China. There's the Great Wall, which apparently hasn't even been mostly discovered. The Chinese government hides a bunch of stuff. The North Korean government hides a bunch of stuff. We don't really know. We think we know. And I try to make it clear that people don't really know what they know. and I try to get clear in philosophy about that. And I'm not trying to sound like an agnostic and you can't really know anything. But what I'm trying to say is that if you want true freedom, you cannot attach to anything. Like, how are you otherwise supposed to attain freedom? If you attach yourself to a method to attain freedom, you're still not free. See, like, now you can say freedom is not free and that there are requirements for our human condition of freedom in relation to slavery when we start making comparisons. But the point is that you are already born free. You say it's born by nature. You say God gave you this freedom. You say it's a right. Well, if that's the case, there's no fighting for it. There's no arguing for it. You can go into philosophy endlessly and debate with people all day. It's already here. So what is there a need for convincing? Oh, I froze. I'm sorry. It goes back into comparison. I'm sorry. I don't know why it freezes like that. I think my stream has hiccups sometimes on desktop. But I hope we're coming back. Do you hear me?
Could be your Wi-Fi.
Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But yeah, basically I was saying in relation to comparison, it causes us to make these assumptions. So like, because one country is less free than another, we assume, okay, we're the most free, so we have to flaunt about our freedom here in America. But it doesn't mean that we are the most free we can be. And we do the same thing with any sense of ego. Ego usually likes to compare. So, I want to judge somebody for doing something I don't like. Usually it's in relation to some comparison. So, and it could even be like, again, other things coming from our own personal life, kind of projecting. But these are things that I want people to know, because I just, when people call themselves a truth fighter or freedom fighter or anything of the sort, everybody has it in their power to be a freedom fighter, to be a truth fighter. Like, the truth is all around them. And there's no separation between us and the people we're trying to free. In fact, that's how we get to that point of freedom. That's how we get to the point of unity. But we tend to separate ourselves from the very people we want to help. And we may not even realize we're doing that. And then even just by the terminologies and the things that we fall into, we're doing that. So this is kind of like a metaphysical level, right? Or whatever, philosophical. But I'm just trying to get people to see a different perspective. Because it's so easy to fall for, like I said, these figureheads. It's so easy to fall to different worldviews, especially because your whole life you've been looking for a convenient worldview to put yourself in because it's comfortable. When I ask somebody to do the uncomfortable, it's not going to be easy.
A lot of people, and I'm going to use the assembly because it's a good analogy, that went through that process, that were movers and shakers, and worked their way up to where they were state coordinators or recording secretaries, and really put in the effort, the time, the sacrifice their money and their energy to make this thing happen, only to get it blown up and get washed out and ridiculed and shamed, talked about, and whatever else that looks like. So now they're over sitting on the sidelines and they really don't want to do anything, and they just, don't care. They've kind of lost that ideation that freedom is attainable for them because of that. Now, how do we get those folks who've kind of been cast out, shunned, belittled, shamed, to just put that aside and step over here and go, hey, you know what? Here's a fresh face, fresh ideas. He's talking, he's not talking about some treaty and act from the 1700s or whatever.
It's so true.
That's going to set me free.
It's so true.
How do we get to those people? Because I've always said that, all the way over to the far, far, far sovereign citizens and the Moors and the American state nationals and nationals, and then the U.S. citizens, U.S. nationals, all the way over here to the conservatives, to the Republican Party, to all the MAGAs, over here to the QAnons, because everybody I just mentioned, they all know the same thing, that there's a straw man, they're monetizing you, you're a slave, you're definitely a wage slave, you're paying taxes and going to work and having to do all of that and, mind your manners and all of that. So how do we get these people all together to come together, set aside their little political, ideological differences to attain freedom? What's the answer? Do you have it? Do you know it? Is there a pathway?
I think Jim Gale's strategy is a very good pathway.
I love Jim.
Yeah, and the reason why is because it is connecting people with nature, which I believe, is the answer. So it's going to be the answer to your question. But in a physical sense, which does relate to the mind, I feel like we're wrapped in material, we're wrapped in these ideas, which are, often man-made because of our disconnect with nature. So when we connect with nature in a more physical sense, it reflects that of the mind. It's kind of like somatics. If you ever heard of somatic experiencing or somatherapy, when people start to exercise or get in touch more with their body, and again, similar, getting out of the mind, getting out of ego, there are new things.
Break that down a little bit more for the audience.
Sure. Soma means like body, right? Like movement. And so somatherapy was used actually in Brazil to free prisoners from their own psychological traumas and conditions, and actually increase their strength through the use of martial arts and connection with others. They increased their community to the point where the government actually made it illegal to practice a therapy. Because the therapy was actually increasing community resilience and increasing their own confidence to defy authority. But soma and somatics is a term that kind of spans worldwide. And it's been used for a lot of people to treat trauma, because you need to kind of get out of the mind, get more in the body. And when, these things have to be in alignment with one another, their mind, body, emotions. So that is important when it comes to freedom. Is if you want to steer the nation, it's less of a debate of the mind and more of the heart, which I think Mahatma Gandhi understood well. It's that you need to really pull people's heartstrings. If we want to create a real revolution, we need to use civil disobedience. We need to put our weapons down and walk the streets or do some sort of act that gets people emotional, that pulls their hearts. We can't come at this with logic and facts. No amount of it will help anybody. Yuri Bezmenov said this, in his interview with G. Edward Griffin, and he was an ex-KGB Soviet spy. And he said that no matter how much information you present to the American public, the demoralization has affected people to that extent of which they cannot see in themselves. So there has to be an emotional pull. It's how people got into it too. It wasn't just indoctrination. It was because they felt an emotional tie to the system. And so a lot of people who follow the common law stuff, they may be biblical and they use the Bible as their backing for their actions, and they have an emotional tie to what they do. And people who use that emotional tie, like Carl Jung said, can be infinitely more dangerous than people who don't. So the atheist, or the person who relies only on pure reason and facts. That doesn't mean that what the Bible says is true and that we should follow it. In fact, Carl Jung said it's irrational, but yet he was saying it's useful. So just because something might be untrue or may not be seen in a rational context doesn't mean it's untrue. There's so much nuance, right? It's hard to navigate. People need to center in with nature because it kind of makes things much more simple for people. So you don't have to do all this kind of nuance looking. It kind of comes natural to you. Just like Anastasia, the Ringing Cedars of Russia, that book series, which talks about kind of returning to nature. There's people out there who have no clue of the concepts we're talking about, but yet they live that world or that life that we are talking about needs to happen. They don't
define living with nature. Define that for people. What that really looks like. Because in their mind's eye, we're like, okay, we're gonna go move in the middle of the forest and pitch a tent and go get our saw and cut down some trees and build a log cabin.
We can live with nature anywhere we're at. Contrary to popular opinion, I would say it's not like you have to go off grid. It's about being aware of what's around you, but to the greater extent to which you are aligned to nature, it is wu-wei, I would argue, based on my reflection and then again getting out of the mind. So wu-wei refers to effortless action, or more specifically, intelligent inaction, and it's been detailed across Taoist traditions, ancient Chinese, and Zen Buddhism, for instance. And it's basically the idea of, and you can look this up as well, right? Of living with what they call zhiran, which is nature in the Chinese, which means self-so, which is that nature just is, it kind of just exists, it's spontaneous, and when you work with a spontaneity, things basically appear by themselves, things work by themselves. There is less effort involved because you're working intelligently with it. So again, there's less need of debate, less need of philosophy, less need of knowledge, more need, you can say, of getting beyond knowledge, of getting beyond programming or cultures and conditions that prevent you from your base condition, which they would call the uncarved block. That uncarved block is, and there's different terms for that too, but the uncarved block is basically your natural state, your most natural state. So that is what you want to achieve with wu-wei, which is effortlessness. Now, how you get to that point? Well, it does require getting out of the mind, getting more in touch with the emotions. I can't say I am 100% natural or live in a natural environment. I certainly don't. But the awareness of it is a key part of moving in that direction, and then willingly taking the risks of knowing and taking responsibility of your own life. This goes back to Stoicism. Stoicism is often like the main idea is we need to live in harmony with nature. Very similar to Taoism, except it's considered a Western philosophy. So how do you return to nature, right? The Stoics have their own terms for it, but it's basically the same idea. Like, there's always risks involved, there's always problems. It's about facing reality, not running away from it. So accepting those problems. And oftentimes as humans, we want to fix those problems. We feel there's an internal need to have to solve it, to write it all down. So it's more about abandoning your fixations, the attachments, and letting things flow, letting things be. And that's not necessarily an easy thing. Just like letting things be is a very difficult thing. Even I struggle with it. I mean, try meditating and just breathing and not letting any thoughts come to mind, or at least if they do, just recognize they're there, observe them, and don't let them take you over and have you like move and like, I got to do something. It is very difficult because all these interceptors are keeping you away from just being present, being in the moment, which is the only real thing you got here. And meanwhile, we're living in an illusion of thought of past and future, which hasn't happened yet, or has happened, and now it's giving us anxiety or depression, right? So that's what I'm trying to get at when I say harmony with nature. I know I portray that through different means, is trying to live most effortlessly. That's like the sign you're doing it right. So think of it like your body, right? If you are healthy, everything works. Your heart beats, your lung breathes. You don't think, it doesn't think about it, it just does it. It just works. Like, there's no need to talk about medicine. There's no need to create a new drug. There's no need to even think about what medicines to use or even what foods to consume. You're doing everything right. It's so natural. It's second nature, as I would call it. So second nature is just like another way of saying it's kind of wu-wei. It's part of your life. It's integrated within. It is so natural to you. Now here's the issue, though. We've made the unnatural natural. As though like we have governments and they're so part of our life we can't get rid of them. But because they keep crashing down, because they keep having chaos, it's like nature telling us through her laws we're doing something wrong. And unless we learn that lesson, we're always going to be putting in unnecessary amounts of effort. So the goal is to become effortless in the good, which means that there are no wrong effects that are happening in the aggregate scale. Like, we have to learn that through time. Time is going to teach us all truth. Time is going to heal all wounds. And this is also how I formulated naturosophy, which is my philosophy that details what is natural and what is not, based on your question.
Did you say naturosophy?
Naturosophy, yes. So that answers your specific question. And I just kind of gave an overview of what it is.
Okay. That of course you coined that term.
Why? I mean, it's like, why not, right?
Naturosophy.
Why not, right? But again, not attached to identity. Now, the reason why I created a whole thing that is separate from philosophy is because modern day philosophy denies outright any connection between morality and what is natural. They deny that connection completely. They call it a fallacy. It's called the appeal to nature fallacy. They say you cannot say what is natural is what is good. And they also call it the naturalistic fallacy. So because of that, I have a total disdain for philosophy and just create my own.
Yes, you do.
And it really is that simple. And why it's important, because AI, technology, we're moving to a world people don't know who they are and what is natural. And that is more important, and time is going to show that again and again, that's important. And so all the philosophers can ignore it. They can say it's a fallacy all they want. But the reality is that people are born into nature. Nature is within them. It is inescapable. As you can say, God is within them. And you cannot take away that connection, no matter how hard you try. So I'm arguing that you cannot get rid of these terms good or bad or natural and unnatural. Now, of course, duality is a whole separate conversation, but the point is that these exist and they serve as tools for humanity that can be very helpful. Although, to a great extent, when you transcend them, it becomes effortless and then you don't need them anymore.
Describe some steps people would need to take to get back in harmony with nature from their certain, just say that they're city dweller tied up, 9 to 5 apartment, the whole 9 yards.
I have actually 3 specific steps, actually, based on my philosophy. So the first one is taking a step back. Here, I'm actually going to pull this up from my one book to get more specific. But 1 is taking a step back. 2 is compensation. And then 3 is radical honesty. I actually came across a text recently from Ralph Waldo Emerson, which literally is titled Compensation. And I feel like I'm just like kind of catching up to some of these other writers in the past who have wrote about this far better than I have ever or will ever possibly write about it. But there have been people out there who've wrote about it, right? So the Transcendentalists, right? The Stoics and the Taoists. I usually credit these guys, but there's many others. Like I gave the example of Anastasia, right? And that created a whole revolution in Russia, by the way, of people who are freedom fighters, who are growing food, who have their own methods. I mean, crazy, amazing stuff. If you're unfamiliar with the Anastasia book series, I've had that thing linked to me so many times as a method that can, as a way of looking at the world that can help you see what is like, where is our detachment from nature. Anyways, let's see here if I have it here in the book. It might be one of my other books. I actually could be. I don't know which book it's in, but I have a summary of it, and that's why I kind of want to give it to you. Oh, I think.
What do you think is the root cause?
The root cause of what? The issue or the
people
solution?
Getting away from nature.
The root cause of people getting away from nature. I'm sorry, I'm stuck on the 3 steps for a second. The root cause of getting away from nature, I usually attribute it to ignorance. Mike, you're talking to yourself in the chat. He's like talking across 2 different platforms. I attribute it to ignorance, but mainly. So like Socrates says, the only good is knowledge, the only evil is ignorance. So ignorance usually I highlight as that evil. But again, so here's the issue. Evil is an illusion. It doesn't exist. It could only take from what does exist and try to pervert it, and it's an attempt. So it doesn't actually exist. That's the tricky part about evil. And this is going to cause some issues, again, with Christian or Western worldviews to have a very strict, there is a right, there is a wrong. But if they don't understand the Eastern perspective, they're not denying there's a right and wrong. They're simply looking at it differently. So I'm saying that evil takes place in this illusion of we think we know things and we don't. Or we get attached to certain things. You can say in Buddhism, like the number one sin is desire, right? For that reason. So you go through all the traditions. They all have very powerful teachings, right? They all have amazing moral teachings. And because I'm equating nature with morality, those religions often have a very powerful insight into the nature of things, which is why they do talk about the nature of things. They're literally talking about the origins of mankind, where mankind comes from. That has a lot to do with nature and getting back to nature. Like, what are we getting back to? The Garden of Eden, to Jesus, to what are we getting back to, right? So I think that poses itself as a question in a way. And so does that answer your question? Is like, what is the problem? I do believe it is ignorance, but that's because illusion does that. It keeps us away from what is real. So we're in ignorance. Whether it's nescience or ignorance, they're technically the same thing. So nescience would be the knowledge is not there to begin with. Ignorance is the knowledge is there, you're just choosing not to look at it. Well, in both cases, the knowledge isn't there. In both cases, it's not present. Well, because evil is an illusion, the knowledge is there. I would argue it's just ignorance. It's a different perspective. And I believe that perhaps our mushrooms and all the things that we did in our past as human species, looking at the stars at night, looking at the fire, being in tune with the natural rhythms would help us see more of that. Being out of tune with those rhythms is going to be harder to see that. And so the physical helps us reach kind of the metaphysical when we are in tune with the physical that is most natural, the physical that is always here for us. But as we delved in from the physical that always existed into creating new things, like taking a tree and turning it into paper, and taking a bunch of parts and turning it into a computer, it's gotten more convoluted in its own illusion. So you think this, again, is natural, you think this is reality. Meanwhile, it's just within reality. And if you don't see beyond it, you're unconscious of it, you're ignorant. So that, I say, is the problem. It within itself is not a problem because it's a product of nature, right? This tech is a product of nature. I was just talking about the pancake debate. My friend, he says pancake is natural. I say the pancake is unnatural. But the reason why is because it's like, did you see what is beyond it? Do you see what it consists of? Do you see what it does to you? And you would not ask those questions. You would not ask those questions unless you have an open mind, a perspective that wants to learn. So like you would say God is all-knowing, right? All-powerful, all-consciousness. So what would you want to do if you wanted to connect with God? You would want to try to be all-knowing, all-powerful in a way yourself. You would want to be one with him in a great way. So you're going to try to know everything in your environment to the greatest ability that you have to become most natural or most aligned to him. So that's maybe another way of looking at it, if that helps.
In Texas, the school curriculum for children is determined by the Texas Board of Education. So they determine, basically what they do is put out the criteria to these different textbook publishers and say, this is the frame of what we want. They send them a selection of textbooks. We'll just use Texas history. And they'll go, we don't like this chapter in here. We don't want this topic in here. Yeah. They'll edit it out. And they've done that with slavery, several really sensitive topics. They've just edited out of the education system in Texas schools.
There's probably ancient history that is kept from us, without a doubt.
Obviously, yeah.
Archaeology has been, anthropology and archaeology, two things that have been intriguing me a lot. So, but if you go in the past, you're still like, I like to rely on, like when I speak to you, I'm not relying on the past for what I say to be true. I want to make that kind of clear to people. Because if I were, then I'd be relying on things I don't know necessarily are true or not. Like, I believe people can understand God without the Bible. They can understand nature without any interpreter. I believe they can reach that connection themselves. So that, that's me. I'm a deist, I'm
Right.
It's like
So-
Thomas Paine or some of the founding fathers. They were deists too.
Right. And I'm sure you would advocate homeschooling over public schooling.
Absolutely.
Right.
Right.
Okay. So obviously that would be the first disconnect between the, I'll just use American population,
Sure.
American school children
I'd say it's
to
birth
get them. Because
process.
there's a barrier automatically at the education
C-section,
level.
C-section versus vaginal birth. First step. But even before that, baby's in the womb, right? Like, so,
Right.
like how far back do you want to go? So like, where does it begin? Begins like long ago, your genetics, and then how are you interacting with those genetics? So, but like the birth section is super important. You look at the health of people. I'd say health is a perfect indicator of if you are working with nature or not, because it's like your body literally telling you what to do and what not to do, and then showing you signs.
All right. Now, the U.S. Department of Education is clearly being abolished.
Mm-hmm.
So there's going to be really no federal guideline. So we have 50 states, multiple U.S. territories. Now the education system is going to fall upon the states to determine.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously the education is not going to be uniform across the board.
Mm.
The standards for Louisiana may be different from Texas, Mississippi, et cetera, for whatever language of, or whatever math acumen, English acumen, science, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm.
So the workforce or even college entry, because there's no uniform standard across the elementary, middle school, and high school levels for that education platform, that they may be a little bit deficient coming in on the workforce level or into vocational trade schooling or into the college level university.
Yes.
So that should be on the agenda too, as one of the issues that, it has to be addressed. It has to be changed. And my whole deal is the entire education system should be scrapped, because it's garbage what we're teaching kids, because we're trying to educate them to a curriculum as opposed to how to live life. Because I'm with you, we should be teaching kids how to hunt, how to fish, permaculture.
Yeah, I still don't know all those things, It's like I'm having to catch up.
Exactly. And then when people become an adult, then they learn about, there's a whole thing going on in this background that we don't know about. They're keeping from us.
Mm-hmm.
So now you got to go get educated in all this law and treaties and statutes and codes, and get you a Black's Law Dictionary and a Burton's Thesaurus and, the UCC manual. And,
yes.
You're off and running, you think. So now you got to go get you a Juris Doctorate.
Yeah. Until though, the crazy thing is then, when you're on your deathbed and you realize all that kind of maybe didn't matter, even some of the pursuit of the so-called truth, because at the end of the day, it's about living life, right?
Yes, absolutely. It's about living life. Wake up with a clear conscience that you did what you were supposed to do the day before, and now
purpose.
Yeah, exactly.
I did find the part, by the way, in my book. If you want me to go over those 3 steps, it's up to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
and let me, before you start,
sure.
I was delayed a little bit because I took a phone call from one of my viewers. We've been corresponding, back and forth for a hot minute now, and I've hooked him up with some of my contacts, and he really needed some help with an issue. So I hooked him up with one of my guys, and he called me and he's like, "Man, thank you." I'm like, for what? Yeah, for hooking me up with this guy, because this guy really just, you know, he's a good guy, honest, trustworthy, gonna give you what you pay for,
Yeah.
and then some, obviously, because I got a call saying thank you. It was worth every penny, and you just don't get that in this community where you can do things for other people and hook people up with other people, and things happen, and
Thank
to
you.
where you get that phone call back. So that's all I'm looking for every day, is just get that phone call. Somebody can say, hey man, I watched your video.
Yeah.
Thank you for what you did. Or I get an email.
I love that too.
Yeah. And Corey and I both, we don't, get tens of thousands of viewers and, all the accolades and get invited to speak at conferences.
Yeah, right. I'm too controversial. That's probably why. I was kidding. They don't know who I am. You're right. But we're working on it.
Right. But, you're a fresh voice, you're a young voice, and you come at this from there's nobody out there. I'll go here. Let me go pull up Charlie Ward.
Hey, there's always people out there. You never know. The silent ones know more than the people who are always most spoken.
Yeah, I'll definitely.
I was silent for such a long time. That's why I'm now here speaking as I do.
All right. This is a conference that Corey and we're going to try to attend.
Leaked. Someone buy me tickets. Just kidding.
Right. They're $1,800 a pop.
Yeah, I kind of need help on that. Fundraiser, 24-hour stream fundraiser.
Right. Yeah, exactly. We'll dance for
yeah,
tickets.
Right. What could I do, guys?
Yeah. Some of these people, I have no idea who they are. I've never heard of them. They may be good people. They may be reliable. I don't know.
But why are they in blue? Those ladies are in blue. What's going on?
They probably stole this off of.
They took methylene blue. Too much methylene blue. That's what happened.
Right.
That stuff apparently actually turns your brain and heart blue, and I've already seen some problems with it. Like, I'm not surprised. People jump on the trend so quickly. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's insane how quickly they do.
Cool. Yeah, I don't know most of these people, actually.
I know you don't. But some of them I definitely want to go.
Where do these people come from? What circle am I not in?
I like I said, I don't know who most of them are either.
It's crazy.
This is Mark Z's son, Zester. I know him personally. And then on this row, I think I've heard of Tom Renz. Definitely.
Yes, I know Tom Renz. Okay. He's cool. I love his stuff.
I believe he owned a big corporation. I have no idea who this girl is. Obviously, we know who Scott McKay is. I don't know who Sam Sorbo is. She may be related to Kevin Sorbo.
Hey,
Sheila
Jeff,
Holm.
Conspiratary. Just talking to people in your chat.
Oh, okay.
Some project. I like to interact with people.
Paula Woodley, Paul Brooker,
Matt
Ola
W.
Nishiwat Hiawatma. Golly, what a name there. I don't know who she is. I don't know who Mandy
That's awesome.
is.
Cool name.
Heard of Melissa Redpill. Lee Dundas. No. I've heard of Laura Alboli. I've never heard of this Lindsey Graham.
Too much
but I
makeup.
vote for that Lindsey Graham.
Too much makeup. I'm sorry. Lower down the makeup, ladies.
Obviously, Laura Brunson. Mark Z, my buddy. I don't know who Lena is. I don't know who Caitlin Croker is or Christy Clark.
Now that's
Jason
an awesome
Key.
photo. Lena knows what's up. That's a cool photo.
This one? You know
Yeah.
her?
No, I just like the photo.
Oh, yeah, right. She's really
the
having a good
dog.
time.
That's perfect.
Yeah, gene decode. I don't know who X is.
So the dog gets invited, but not me. That's how it works.
I guess so, man. See how low we are on the totem pole?
Jeez, man.
Here's George Lewis, Jimmy Levy, Josh Reed, have no idea who they are. Drew Demme, no. Brian Artis,
Yeah.
no. Obviously, I know who Derek Johnson is. I blew his commander-in-chief
Yeah.
theory out of the water. I've been on David's show twice.
I want to connect with David. That'd be pretty cool. I know Jim
Yeah,
knows him too.
He was posting links where you could pop in his show and talk. And
I miss it every time.
yeah, I don't think he's doing it anymore for some reason. I think somebody got on there and got him a strike maybe or something. I don't know. But I don't know who Pierre Kobe is or Corey. I definitely know who Jan Halper Hayes is. Mikovitz, yes. Tenpenny, yes. I don't know who Randy Shannon is. Don't know Christy. Chella Smith, I think, covers the RV stuff. And I believe she's just a parrot. Cass Carter, Braden Sorbo. He might be Kevin Sorbo's kid. I don't know.
Hey, he looks pretty young.
Yeah, real young. Could be his grandkid. Who knows? Nephew, maybe. Ben Barlow,
Maybe
Charlie
I can
Ward, and
try
Ben
to connect
Steele.
with these guys. Try to reach out.
Well, you know somebody on here personally, right? That you can call.
I don't know anyone on there personally.
You don't know anyone? Okay.
No.
I do.
I'm not. I don't think that connected. I should be more connected.
Well, it is what it is, and believe me, this is a closed community.
I mean, it seemed like that for a long time. When I was researching at a young age, I was like, it's impossible to get in touch with Mike Adams. It's impossible to get, and now I'm in touch with them, which is, for me, still kind of mind blowing. But I thought it was like impossible. I was like, how would you get in touch with them? It's like, there was no way. They didn't read comments. They don't have comment sections on their stuff. I'm like, I felt like there was just like a disconnect, even with mainstream independent media. What David Icke calls MAM, mainstream alternative media. It's like there's just no interaction. And I talked to David Icke, and he was easy to contact, but I thought he would also be impossible. It's like
he's a media whore. He'll go on anybody's show to talk.
Yeah, which is nice of him to do that.
He sacrificed his life. I got to give him that. I discovered somebody gave me his book, The Biggest Secret in Prison, which is a banned book in Texas prison.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Which was surprising because I found two of his other books in actually the prison library.
Yeah. So, I mean, I have this here. If you want, I could read it, but it just says,
read it.
Yeah, so the 3 steps that I have, it's like an interconnected core teaching within Natureosophy. It says taking a step back or reflection, just another way of saying it. It means going back to nature or committing to a return to nature, and it implies that we step back before stepping forward, that we recognize the world before and beyond us. So we act from like the Taoist teachings of the still point and the uncarved block. We give time to the given nature as opposed to the man-made society, right? So like, maybe I take a walk in nature, or I really sit back and think about what I'm going to do before I do it. Really is as simple as it says, being able to learn from the past and ever present for the future. That's step 1, right? Step 2 is, and these are 3 ones, they don't go in a certain order, but the principle of radical honesty, which I have a short book I wrote about this within itself. But it says, if you seek the most natural reality, you must fulfill the natural in yourself, which is to apply honesty in every aspect of your life. As 4 interrelated parts, one must learn to always be honest, ask questions for honesty, allow honesty, and seek the honest. And then finally, compensation or balance and harmony. So for what may be deemed as enantiodromia, it's like a fancy term that Carl Jung used to represent this interchangeability between yin and yang, or the shift from yin and yang, or yang to yin, compensation furthermore refers to being able to coexist among a man-made society or with man-made things, right? So you can be in society, but not of society, right? Whereas maybe some Taoist teachings of the past thought of like Lao Tzu, the teacher, as though he was like a hermit who escaped society and thought, oh, the only way to live naturally is to just leave society. Well, Chuangzi said, no, we can live in society, but not of society, right? So that's what this is referring to. It is utilizing Wu Wei, ensuring that for what man-made things do exist, their effects are natural or compensated by that which is natural. So say I am taking a man-made drug, or I am doing something I know is something not the most natural. I kind of compensate it by something that is natural, or I'm aware of it. And that is like, taking willing risks. It's knowing what you're doing. It's making sure that, let's say you are drinking alcohol. You may think, oh, I probably shouldn't be doing that. You're using it in moderation, or you are going to do some sort of cleanse or something to kind of help yourself, so that way that thing does not affect you to an unnatural extent. So those 3 steps in total, in my view, encapsulate the philosophy of naturosophy very simply. So anyways, that's that.
Okay, now I'm going to blow some minds. How many books have you written?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Technically 8, but
8 books. And now I want you to hold them up one by one, and I want you to promote your books, because we're going to get you some money to get you over to Charlie Ward's conference.
Well, I don't know about that. Amazon, takes a cut. I mean, like I told you, I'm self-published. I try to, do things as best as I can. But this is my least talked about book, The Art of Diet. Least talked about. And the reason why is because I plan on doing some stuff in the future with it. It's very creative. I started at a very young age because of how creative it is. So that's my least talked about book. It is a health-based book. I don't focus as much on diet and nutrition on my channel anymore, as much as I used to. Diet and nutrition, specifically, weight loss, general health and maintenance. The information on this is very heavy. This is about 600 pages, and the text can sometimes be very, very tiny. And there's different levels and chapters. So there's levels basically to level up your health. So each chapter has a different section in regards to your health, and you do certain quests to level up, just like in World of Warcraft or in Lord of the Rings. It's inspired off of those video games I played in my youth, and I applied that to nutrition and health because somebody wants to take a journey in their health, right? It's the same thing. So I made it as an actual figurative journey. You choose your race, your class, like you're creating a character in a video game. And then you simulate yourself creating a character by basically leveling up and going through the journey of becoming healthier. And it takes a long time, right? It's not like a diet. I make that clear in the beginning. It's not like it takes 30 days or a certain amount of time. It takes years. So this whole book takes you about 6 months to a year based on the framework you choose in the book to go by. It's a very complicated system with its own terminology, its own charts, own everything, which is why I have not done a lot with it. There's a lot of potential with it for somebody to take it up and go crazy with it, probably make a whole channel on it indefinitely. It's like a Bible. But I'm not, it's not my focus at the moment. There's a 5th one, not released yet.
And how old are you, Corey? And how many books do you have published?
Listen, it's just passion. And it's like 8 or whatever. Okay, anyways.
I'm trying to motivate the
passion. And whatever. Okay, anyways.
I'm trying to motivate the audience, get them like you motivated me. Okay. The reason I have a book sitting over here with my name on it, and it's a physical. You glitched again. There you are.
Yep. No, I'm back. You hear me?
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool.
You're fine.
Well, anyways,
thank you for that.
Yeah, I'm sorry I freeze out once in a while. I don't know why, but yeah, I have my one on honesty. It's a very short book. I felt inspired to write, and same thing with this one. I'm very blunt and very honest in relation to that, which is just government is unnatural, anarchy is natural, which is built on the premises that government is replacing the function of God, and AI similarly. But those are very blunt, honest, to the point books. They're kind of more like pamphlets back in the day, right? So, but these are like the bigger texts of naturosophy. I recommend the white one over anything else because it's more used as a curriculum. The whole thing is questions, by the way. It's based on a Socratic method of teaching, so It's all questions. It's meant to be used as a guide for curriculums. I actually made it so I can demonstrate it potentially one day. I've got a whiteboard. If I have a classroom, I actually would like to be more of a teacher in a sense and demonstrate that ability. And then I would use this book to kind of guide a curriculum based around asking questions about nature. But that's what it's for. This book, I mean, it was just inspired in the moment. It's not going to be up everybody's alley. This whole philosophy is not going to be up everybody's alley until I think they understand some of the precepts that I have and ask themselves questions. It's meant to be more of an internal reflection mechanism. So I don't consider those as books that I advertise that much, but I have them. This is my Slavery Gone for Good book. I obviously advertise this a lot, right? I think it's for everybody. It is a rendition, by the way, of an older book I wrote, which is the original version. But I expanded on it so much. And then this is the book I wrote with Jim Gale, right? So this I consider also very good to share with people. Very beginner friendly. These two are my most beginner friendly books. Slavery is a heavy topic. It's not going to be up everybody's alley until they're ready for it. If they're a big truth hitter and they like history, then that's their gist. But for the average person, these two are going to be better because this one's more like a self-help book, and this one's more about like we can change the world, and you can change your yard, and you can, grow food. So that's the lineup basically. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I just went over 8. So, and then there's 9 technically with the rendition. So, and then there's going to be a couple more stuff coming soon. So
there were multiple authors on the book that you wrote with Jim, correct?
Yes. Well, it's mostly just Jim and I, but they contributed to the end of it basically by adding their story. So I reached out to them for their story, and so their stories. We made this very slim on purpose, so that way it's easy for people to read. Right. McKinley Halati, Kevin Fretz, Joel Salatin, Pat Miletich, Marjorie Wildcraft, and Riley Mayer. So you might know some of them. Famous authors and speakers, actually. Yeah, thank you for asking, because people will probably be curious. Pat is actually a UFC world champion.
Exactly. Yeah, you reached out to him, and he was gracious enough to get back with you.
Dude, he's a great dude. Yeah, I went out to dinner with him and everything. He's awesome. Great dude.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So you say we a lot. And
well, my dad and I went out to dinner with him.
Okay. So you do. Are you an only child?
No, I have a sister. Okay. She's 4 years older than me.
Okay.
Yeah.
What does she do?
She's into everything I'm into. In fact, she went to nutrition school with me. She can speak on all this stuff. She's got a great personality. She started doing stuff. She'd be viral probably because she's like a model, basically.
Yeah.
But
you're a good-looking kid. I would imagine you'd have a good-looking sister.
Thank you. But yeah, I mean, right now she's just focused on other things. Yeah, pretty much. I don't want to go into, I guess, what she does unless she wants me to.
Yeah, that's fine. Because you always say we, and you were talking about taking your family with you.
That was my dad in that case. Yeah, but I did go to Galt's Landing, and then I met Pat there, and then we hung out, and then we went out and ate. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, had sushi. I eat Asian food everywhere I go. I pretty much don't go anywhere else.
You do what?
I eat Asian food everywhere.
Oh,
like,
okay.
I'm basically Asian at this point. Like I go to a Chinese school. I do kung fu. I do tai chi. Chinese medicine. I'm Asian. I identify as Asian. I'm just kidding.
Eastern. So you have more of an Eastern philosophy than Western philosophy.
Oh, without a doubt. I think it's more nature focused. If we're objectively speaking about it, but there's obviously great value in Western teachings too, like Western. It's technically Eastern too. Catholicism and Christianity, the roots of it is actually so rich and so deep. It's a beautiful thing. Not the Crusades part of it, not the, let's go to war for our beliefs part of it, not the really kind of atrocious things I see in the Bible part of it. I can't really read the Bible personally. I'm not a huge fan. But I'm not going to say one day I won't be open to its teachings. I simply think it's not phrased how I would like it from a nature point of view. The Tao Te Ching appealed to me because it came at things from a very self-aware position right off the bat. The first chapter says that the Tao that can be named is not the eternal Tao. And then it says later on that the Tao is nameless. To me, this is a profound understanding of the universe beyond like identity, which I think Christians lose, and which is why I think they get so stuck on what they think they know, and they feel like they have to convince the whole world, because it isn't as much emphasized in Western teachings, identity and attachment and desire. Now, it is within the teachings. Like, Jesus' stuff is amazing, and he probably was a man who walked the earth and probably got targeted by the government like everybody else. But it's hard to know. It's 2,000 years ago. And as it is, I don't even understand history 200 years ago, let alone 100 years ago, right? Let alone what happened a couple years ago, right? How many people don't know that history? It is very, very easy to get things mixed up. So I really can't say what's historically true regarding biblical stuff, religion. But it's a beautiful thing, regardless. It's the teachings. And also, I don't like when people bash Catholics so much. Okay, listen, the Catholic Church had a lot of amazing people within it. At least, if you study some stuff like Thomas Aquinas, I mean, that stuff is textual. That stuff is amazing. That's like he's a doctor. His science. Look at Hildegard de Bingen. She did medicine and hymns. That's beautiful stuff. So, anyways, that's what I think, and you can share your thoughts.
Well, your breadth of knowledge and the way you're able to reference these people I've never heard of, that just wasn't my ilk in far as my education. If I wouldn't have been in prison, who knows if I would have still taken the same path.
There's people who know a lot more than me, to be clear.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
A lot more. I mean, I've only delved a little bit into the he said, she said events and people, but I'm only coming across people like Osho and Taoism. Like, it just comes along my journey. I'm not like actively seeking, what's the next occult text I got to read? Because again, as a nature-centric person, I'm not like reading text all day. I'm not like, I mean, I have for some of my books, but that's only because it came upon me as a moral obligation, because it wasn't being produced. But even then, I'm willing to cast away my books and say that this is not wisdom. The books are limited by the nature of their existence. So I have to denounce my own work if I truly understand their teachings. Well, like, because right, I can't be attached to my own work. I mean, otherwise I would be attached.
You have my brain going in a circle there, and then you just stop. You're like, what? Okay.
It's nuance. It's all about opposites, my friend.
Right.
Do I know Jason Circa? Yeah, I know about him.
Yeah.
I actually met some people. I run into people who do stuff with him, which is interesting. I got to connect more with some of these groups. I don't know how, but it's like I could write emails all day, and it's not going to necessarily help. Unfortunately, most of my emails just don't get read, even if they're like personal letters to people. I need help from you guys, the audience, to be honest.
Well, I used to. I don't. Thank God I don't anymore.
Yeah, it's hard.
Wake up to 200-300 emails every day, and then people want to write you books about their horrific experience they had.
I read everything, but yeah, I just had to skim through it.
It got to where it was just overwhelming, absorbing all this negativity of other people's baggage. First thing in the morning.
Oh, I'm sure you hear a lot of stories.
Thank God I don't get those anymore. Occasionally I do. But if you're, and like you're like me, you want to keep a small audience. You don't want to go viral and get bombarded where you can't give that personal one-on-one service to a viewer or subscriber who calls you on the phone and like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm talking to you. And I'm like, why? I'm just like you. I'm a normal person.
Right.
Nothing's real special about me. I've just had more life experience.
Yeah. Well, you have a certain way of speaking. You have a platform, and some people, I don't know. I get nervous too, and I still talk to Mike. I'm like, because I followed him for such a long time. But you're right. They're just people like us, without a doubt.
Yeah, sometimes it is hard to get unstarstruck when you're around specific people.
You bring me around all these other health freedom people, my heart is like, I'm going to feel so much energy coming to me. You thought I was crazy on that Lewis Screw Big Government podcast? I'll go like 10 times harder on stage. You put me in front of a crowd, I'm going to go crazy.
I tell you what, why don't you do a demo reel or something? Just give me like a 3-5 minute elevator, Corey, and just, I know. I try to make it short as possible so I can send this as an introduction to people. Say, hey, look, I wouldn't send you this unless I thought that you deserve to see this man.
I understand. I know.
Because I don't do that. I don't hook people up with other people anymore. Just because I can.
It's just the hard part is forcing it,
for a purpose.
The hard part is just doing it on the spot because you get passionate, you get kind of in that momentum. But like, what do you
want? Give me some bullet points, and I'll be over here anonymously giving them to you, and you just shed through them. Just like you're doing a regular.
If you want me to record something, I'll record something for you anytime.
That would be ideal. That I could send somebody and say, hey, watch this 3 minutes, 4 minutes.
I've recorded some stuff like that. I mean, I might have something already.
Yeah, I know.
Probably. But
yep.
Yeah. It's been nice talking with you and everything. It's been good stuff. What time is it? 7? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I want to keep this under 2 hours so I can put it through the StreamYard and it'll create the shorts for me.
Okay. Oh, that's awesome. Nice.
Yeah, that's why I like StreamYard, because you can download the text as we talked about, but you go over to YouTube and use theirs. But with StreamYard, it's a new feature that they have with their AI. Once you do the video and it publishes it, you can generate shorts, and it generates them for you. And then some of them, it'll allow you to automatically hit a button and it'll publish it to Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, and LinkedIn. I think are all of them.
Yeah.
So yeah, shoots it right over there. Or you can download them and then, upload them yourself as shorts.
Yeah.
So
well, I hope I explained everything that you wanted me to explain, and I didn't sound confusing or anything. I appreciate talking with you always.
Yeah, you have a permaculture project, right, in Florida?
Yes.
That you're doing with other people?
Yep.
Tell us about that before you go.
Bigfoot Food Forest.
Bigfoot Food Forest.
That's right.
Is there a website? Is there
no website?
Somebody come check it out?
No website, but could one day possibly. Just look up Bigfoot Food Forest, Florida, or theliberator.us, and I have a page/project. But basically, just stay tuned on my YouTube, and I give updates all the time. I do videos, fun stuff. Hey, Evolving Seeds, what's up? Greetings, all. Thank you. You're awesome. Yeah, Evolving Seeds, in fact, is one of the contributors to our newspaper. And anyone who wants to get involved, local to Tampa, Florida, you're welcome. Totally.
Oh, I've got a guy in Tampa, Florida who rents kayaks.
I'm ready.
He stayed here in my house before.
I'm ready. I'll go kayaking. I'll stream it.
Yeah. I've been wanting to come to Florida, but there's just been things popping in the way.
If you do, definitely let me know.
Oh yeah, I'll definitely let you're one of the first ones. There's a handful of you guys over in Florida that I definitely want to go hang out with and see. Definitely Jim. Go check out his spread. And he promised to take me fishing on his lake. Have you been to his property yet?
Oh yeah, many times. Great stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you fished?
Yes, actually. I did fish there. First time fishing ever, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously you caught something.
I did good. I did good. I mean, I actually enjoyed fishing quite a lot. Yes. But the funny thing is, I posted a short with Jim fishing with his daughter, and I had a bunch of vegans getting mad at me. There's vegans in Mark Passio's community, and they get like super angry, even though it's just a fishing video. I'm like, are you serious?
Right. Well, you ate the fish.
Well, maybe.
Surprised they didn't report you to PETA.
I eat it raw too. I mean, hey, I could do it on camera if it makes them more happy.
Oh no! But you killed the fish.
Well, it is what it is. If they see this live stream, hello, give me free views.
Right. So let's get back to your place.
Yeah. Well, someone in the chat
How
said.
big is it?
Someone said YouTube under Corey Angela. Yeah, it's Corey. Nature is the answer. Just so you know.
Mm-hmm.
My place, like where I live. Oh, frozen. Oh, we're good.
No. The Bigfoot forest.
Bigfoot
How
forest.
big is it? I mean, how many acres? Is it 1 acre, 2 acres?
Yeah, it's 5 acres, and we're using the front 2 acres mainly. So yeah, Nita.1, the Liberator.us. All my links are on the screen right below my name. You see? So I'm on every platform, and yeah, it's a project that's definitely you want to stay tuned to. And if you have seeds, you have anything you want to contribute to our project, feel free. We're willing to take anything. We actually got whole designs to share in our next event. That's coming up real soon, actually. So I got to advertise like today.
What's real soon? Next month?
No, like every Saturday, we kind of look at an event on the land. Yeah.
Oh, okay. To pull people in to educate them, teach them about
to grow
permaculture?
food, to get together, do potlucks, bonfire, everything.
Oh, bonfires. Now you're talking. Oh, yeah.
I swear it's not a cult. But hey, it could be a good one. No, I'm just kidding.
Right.
But no, we just hang out, and actually a lot of moms go there, and we're setting up like schools and stuff. So pretty cool. We'll see where things lead.
Yeah, I can't wait to come to Florida. I'm gonna have a blast.
Yeah, definitely. I'll have you speak. You'll be a featured speaker.
Okay. Well, I have to block out some time. That's been my difficulty because when I got back on the roster after I got back from Puerto Rico to go work, because I'm a rigger, I'm like in demand big time.
Mm-hmm.
I've turned down work this week, believe it or not, from Houston and Austin.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what it's all about is me working around my schedule, but we'll get it done. We'll also work on Charlie Ward's deal in that. I'll call Mark.
Yeah,
He's
please.
actually live right now.
And let me know what I can do. If I have to make anything, whatever, just keep in touch, please.
Even if you just go, meet these people and, they hear you talk and like, oh, hey, maybe, we should have him on our show and,
Sure.
It'll lead to progression. So we'll see
Yeah.
what we can do. And also hook up with Ed. So don't forget to look for that little clip.
That would
3
be
minute,
great.
4 minute, 5 minute clip. Yeah, I'll hook you up. I ain't got a problem with that.
Ed would be an awesome connection for our health team. So thank you for that. Super big
and
props. And also I could probably put your show under one of our friends. We have a section on the website Health Revealed where it says our friends, and I could put Fearless Floyd's show under that if you're okay with that.
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Definitely. Okay. Yeah, we'll get together.
Put you in the
Corey.
top.
Hey, I'm very grateful for your existence, for one. And I got to talk to Corey's mom today, and I heard a woman in the background. I was like, "Are you really his mom?" And because I've always said that, his parents, they did a superlative job on raising you and educating you, give you a great moral compass.
Sure.
I'm sure your sister's probably identical to you.
Yeah.
And definitely want to meet your entire family. Give your parents a hug and thank them genuinely from my heart and soul that you're a blessing for humanity. And all you out there watching, you're watching a rising star. And it's not me.
Oh my goodness. No, you're part of it, man. You're a big part of it. And
hey, if I put you on my shoulders, that's all that matters to me.
We're all part of it, man.
I don't need the accolades and the ego boosting and all that. I've had all that.
Same.
I've been that guy.
I don't need it either, man. But I appreciate it. Hey, I achieved my life goal, which was to talk to Mike Adams, actually. That was like one of my life goals. But it doesn't mean I'm over. I said next goal is Jordan Peterson. So
hey,
we'll see.
That should not be a
That's the next
problem.
one.
I see you Yeah, hopefully we can get you there within the year. And we briefly talked about it, but I'd still like to put together some kind of college tour. So that's why I want you to go over to or Miami to the Charlie Ward so you can meet Zester.
Bro, college tour would be sick. That'd be awesome.
I know. Zester's like 30 something, but he's a crypto guy.
Yeah, let's do it. I have other people too from my college group that I have on campus at USF.
Okay.
Let's do it.
All right, man. We need to stay talking
We
more.
We do. We
often.
should.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Let me cut this off. Thanks for being here, sir. I appreciate
Thank you, everybody.
Hang on.
And everybody watching on my end too. Appreciate it.
I believe this is what you did.
Yes.
The left hand that covered the right,
Yep.
correct?
Bao Quan. Yep.
See? I'm paying attention. Thank you, Corey.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Peace out.
Corey Indralat. I'm telling you, folks, okay? You're going to see him on the horizon, making waves. He's going places.
Thank you, guys, for watching.
Intelligent, intellectually curious young man, which that steals my heart when I have somebody who's intellectually curious. And then when I can talk to somebody who's way smarter than I am, more intelligent, more well-read than I am, I just sit back and listen and look for my little places where I can get in and fit in and pull more knowledge out of there. Very impressed with that young man. Very impressed. So y'all should follow him. Y'all go check him out. I put his website over here, Nita.1.
He's always so cool.
Nature is the answer.1. So y'all go check him out over there.
All right, I left the studio. Man. Thank you guys for watching. I'm going to end it on my end too, finally, after 4 hours. That's pretty long. But Flawless, you're like one of those like awesome chatters that is like always here sending hearts. Like you're like the best. I'm telling you. Thank you so much. I wish there was like 10 more of you at least. Just in the chat, just because you're just so supportive, so cool. But there are a lot of you guys out there, and some of you guys are silent. I appreciate you guys too. You guys don't have to always be chatting. Just your presence means a lot. So, thank you. I'll be streaming more. I don't know about tomorrow. Maybe. It's kind of like just wait and see and find out. But like I said, pretty regularly, pretty daily. We'll keep the momentum alive. Thank you guys. Feel free to clip the stream and create your own clip channel. I'll promote you every day. Whatever you want to do. If you want to be a part of this movement and try to help out, that's one way you can do it. Thank you guys. And thank you, Daryl. You're always promoting my stuff. You're like always just there for me. I appreciate that. I want to VIP you too. If you get on Twitch, Daryl, I'll VIP you. Because you deserve it. Not that you probably care about a badge, but anyways, peace out, everybody.